doing what Saylor's doing, but I'm not public. He's public, so he can use shit to leverage. I don't have that benefit. I just inverted the model and basically will build the portfolio out, then go public. We'll have that share piece, but hopefully I can go to like a Howard Lutnick in the White House and just say, Howard, I created these 10 or 12 deals. I want to build some markets around it now and build an industry of people that combine the Bitcoin and the real estate.
Hey guys, when I can chime in here because I would have a question for Grant. So, Grant, let me make my situation clear. I'm actually a house owner, has 5 apartments in it. It's not mine yet, it's half the bank, half mine, and it's managed by who takes care of houses, who has more houses, right? So how it works over here, if someone wants to rent the flat, we agree on a rent payment and we agree on double the rent for which I have hold as deposit, can touch it, put it to a bank, and then when he moves out and I agree with him, yes, everything is okay with the flat and stuff, I have given this 2 rents as initial deposits back. As I was renting, I didn't get that back, but I could see a case where I would say, I'm willing to accept this deposit, the security deposit, however you call it, in form of Bitcoin. And I will definitely make sure that when you move out and I say everything is okay, I give you back what you initially did deposit, what was initially the security deposit. So I would see a product for that, but probably that's way too small for people you deal with. But with my 5 flats, because I'm interested in Bitcoin and I think it's going up, I also think that people who probably educate themselves a little bit more, they want to have back more because it's more purchasing power. So they will actually care more about my flat than if I would live myself in it. That's my thinking.
Yeah, it sounds kind of like a fidelity bond. You know, you create this instrument where they benefit if they do a good job
with my property, right? Yeah.
Taking care of your property.
Yeah.
It's interesting. Grant, you know, when you were talking before about this mortgage product, there's a lot of regulatory issues around getting new mortgage products approved. Do you think that the Trump administration would be, I mean, certainly they would be more open than the Biden administration, but I still am hesitant to think that we're full steam ahead for all this financial innovation around Bitcoin. What kind of obstacles do you think you'd see on trying to get something like that approved?
Well, I don't know. I'm just kind of forecasting what I think happens without knowing, but I think I have, or anyone would have a better chance when the vehicles are created than if they were just pitching, give me some regulation and then I'll build the products. You know, like if I go to them and say, I have a proven 10, 12, 15 deals that are working. Like when do you want to get a loan from a bank? When you So I think I'm in a better position when I built it and don't need them than if I need them to build it. So, because then they're pointing on the action. So that's what I think. Look, I don't need the mortgage product, but at some point in the future, if you could remove the volatility from the cryptos and then a lender is going to want to play, right? The thing that I'm buying today is the easiest debt to get on anything. Because anywhere in the world is large apartment complexes, not 3 or 4 flats, no offense, but it's 300 units, 95% occupied, track record of income, covered insurance and the property taxes and the eviction, all of it, and it's very, very real estate. It's proven out for more.
Hey, Grant, we're having a hard hard time picking up your audio.
Okay, are you talking?
Grant, sounds like a woman's on your phone now. All right. Well, one of the great things about what Grant just said, in my mind, is I think with this new Trump administration, I mean, we're only 14 days away from the inauguration. So with the new Trump administration, we have a lot of entrepreneurs and business owners feeling much more optimistic about what they can try to accomplish. So going out and building things, hopefully we get some regulatory clarity, but I think there's just more confidence that you can go out and build a product like the one that Grant is creating, offer it to the market, trying to make sure that you're within the lines. But if it comes to going to the government and saying, hey, there's going to be, we need more regulatory clarity about this, you'll be able to get that clarity without getting a Wells notice, which is, for the uninitiated, an indication that the SEC is going to sue you for a securities offering. So, we're only 2 weeks away from this, and I think that's one of the reasons why we're back over 100K today. I mean, Bitcoin is going to have a good year in 2025. Every year is a good year for Bitcoin, but I think 2025 is going to be a great year for Bitcoin. Nobody knows what's going to happen with the price, but I think that entrepreneurs like Grant going out there and building new things is really going to take off, and we're going to see a lot more innovation. So that's one of the things that I'm looking forward to. As an investor, of course, I feel much more confident about building things under the Trump administration or investing in things in the Trump administration, because one of the biggest overhangs for crypto companies for a very long time now has been, number one, getting debanked. If you operated in the crypto space and moved any significant amount of money around for crypto, or were just even related to crypto, you saw you had problems. You had problems getting transactions to clear. You would lose your account without notice. This was a regular occurrence for people involved in the industry. And then the second part of that is that people are becoming. It's becoming okay to build things on Bitcoin. It's becoming okay to invest in Bitcoin. I was at a property just yesterday doing at a shooting range, and it's properties of Texas Disposal Systems. That's the largest landfill here in Central Texas, and they have a 10 gigawatt energy generation facility that's coming up online, and they're using methane gas that's collected from the landfill to power it. And I had a conversation with the owner of it about bringing in companies to mine Bitcoin with a surplus energy. He's got this transition period where they've got the gas production up, but the electricity production is not there. And then there's all sorts of other issues. And the coolest thing about it was that it was just a normal conversation. It was just a normal conversation that involved Bitcoin. There wasn't any sort of this is weird or exotic. And Grant's product as well. Like, it's an interesting twist on a traditional real estate product, and this is an interesting twist on a traditional energy market that is connected to landfills and waste disposal. So I think 2025 we're going to see a lot more of this stuff, and the days of Bitcoin being demonized are hopefully behind us. So it's not just going to be MicroStrategy that is creating innovative products. Thomas, is there anything else that you're seeing out there in the world that is normalizing Bitcoin, making Bitcoin feel like it's just more part of everyday business as opposed to this crazy exotic thing that is money for drug dealers?
I think Grant's project is actually very exciting. I mean, there's no grass growing under Grant's feet. He acts very quickly. He's been coming on our spaces for a while. We've discussed this, and before you could catch your breath, he's already acting and has one project done and 10 more in the pipeline, plus some more. I think you're going to see other executives and entrepreneurs that are going to do the same thing in their particular space. So Grant's doing it with real estate, but you could start to do it with other things, including things like maybe commercial real estate. Maybe you could do it with the energy complex. Maybe you could do it to as a way to raise money for angel investing. I'm just thinking out of the box on things that can happen. But I think for the most part, the fact that we got approved in January of last year for the Bitcoin ETF, the signal to graduation of Bitcoin moving from the world of crypto to crypto moving to the world of traditional finance, TradFi. And so, and as such, you have a godfather from that world, BlackRock, who is making sure that Bitcoin stays in that TradFi community. And what's interesting to me is when we see the OGs from the Bitcoin world, they sometimes struggle with that graduation. They're not graduating into that. Maybe some of them will get an ETF, but in no way are they going to be in the same category as Bitcoin. So Bitcoin has some of the attributes of the crypto world, and may in the future have more of it for things like transactional tokens and things like that. But until we get better tax reform, I don't think it's going to be an exchange mechanism for money. Plus, I think you need to get the layer 2 stuff worked out. But that's a future thing. Today, it's all about store of value, preservation of capital. And so to me, it's just very exciting. And I really like Grant's project, the fact that he's moving. You know, the next time we talk to him, he won't have 10 projects, he'll have 20, and he'll be moving out of the Southeast region and hopefully going nationwide with a product like this. Because I think that product he's offering, especially the ones that allow tenants to participate politically, is something that I would like to see across the whole country.
Yeah, I think it's going to be great to see the normalization of use of Bitcoin for operating companies and for investment products in 2025. Let's go to Ben. He's got his hand up.
Hey, it's really an interesting proof of concept, especially Grant. Kudos for going so fast. I mean, he did this in months, but it gives me hope that other products can happen fast. And as far as another proof of concept, I think if the dollar wrecking ball keeps going, and I think it should turn around, but you've got these other countries who want to sell their debt. And I really think it's kind of this, it'll take longer to set up maybe, but if other countries could add some Bitcoin to the picture, the same way Grant did, you know, of real estate and Bitcoin, but imagine getting bonds from whatever country who's, you know, they can't sell their 10-year or for sure not their 30-year bonds. You know, they can't raise money, but if they start spicing it up with Bitcoin, that seems like an ocean, to use micro or Sailor's analogy. You know, it just seems like adding an ocean to his mountain pond he's been talking about. I guess that's my only thought is macroeconomics could support Bitcoin in a much bigger way than this even.
Is El Salvador working on something like that? I mean, they've talked about volcano bonds and a bunch of other things, but do you know if they're doing anything in that realm?
I don't know. It seems like they're doing something that even be more crazy. You know, they just took that IMF loan, so they've got this huge well of money from them. But I have a feeling, you know, he's ramping up his strategy to get more Bitcoin. Whether that's using the money to mine the gold and then buy Bitcoin with gold, which, by the way, chef's kiss. But I don't know that they're doing a Bitcoin and bonds offering. I don't think I've heard that yet.
Well, we'll see what happens with those guys. I know there's a lot of innovative things going on down there. I think that one of the conditions of that recent IMF loan to them was that I don't want to say the specifics because we'll get part of them wrong, but they had to basically curtail their Bitcoin adoption strategy. I think one of the provisions was they could not accept it for tax payments or something like that. And so the IMF is really pushing back. And I think that these other small countries where they might have this bond product that you're talking about, this offering that you're talking about, they might also get pushback as well from the IMF and other authorities that they depend on and prevent them from doing it. So while it might be a good idea, it might be difficult for them to execute.
Well, this is another side. Like, y'all correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's the IMF where the U.S. is. I don't know if majority stakeholder is the right way to say it, but we're in the neighborhood of 50%, give or take, of the, I don't know if voting shares is the right way to say it, but that fund is funded big time by the U.S. dollars. So in a new administration, imagine the IMF who's out there and they say their purpose is to save these countries, save anyone who needs help, will fund you with dollars. Imagine their stance changing if Trump really, goes the way he's committed, and the U.S. will be a dollar powerhouse, but a little bit of backing by Bitcoin. That's a very different statement than we're all dollar and Bitcoin's against us, right? So if the IMF is trying to actually save countries, imagine them completely changing this combative towards Bitcoin mentality with the U.S. at the helm, who has the voting rights. I don't know. It could be good.
How long what would that transition, let's just play it out for a second. How long would that transition take, and what would it look like? What steps would have to occur for them to move from completely hostile to partially supportive?
Oh, I pass the baton to somebody more knowledgeable.
Well, I'll spitball on a little bit. I wouldn't say that I'm more knowledgeable, but I would think that you're going to need to see a strategic Bitcoin reserve in the United States. I think that would be table stakes for that to happen. I think we're going to have to see the normalization. We'd have to probably see stablecoin and crypto market structure bills also pass in the United States for them to feel that the right rules and regulations are in place for them. So those are three pretty big hurdles that I think you'd have to get over for that dynamic to even consider happening. But I think it's largely a cultural change that will take a long time. I mean, one of the things that I've always observed in Bitcoin and, over the past, 14 years or so is a lot of things, the cultural changes take a lot longer. And people say, gradually, then suddenly, but there is a binary, almost like a punctuated equilibrium to the changes in Bitcoin, but the seeds of that are sown over long periods of time. Like the Bitcoin ETF, for example, you had the Winklevoss twins. They filed for one in 2013, 2014. I'm a little rusty on my memory there. And then Barry Silbert created the GBTC product with the idea that was going to convert to a spot ETF. That was kind of always in the game plan all along. And then that just took forever, and it involved a lawsuit. So a lot of, from Grayscale to force the SEC to approve the spot ETF. So, along the way, there was almost 10 years of pressure for the Bitcoin ETF to come into reality. And people act sort of like, it just kind of got approved in last year because Magic in this lawsuit. I think the same thing would happen with the IMF. It would take a lot longer. But I think it's a cultural change, and I think the normalization of Bitcoin it gives permission people to change their attitudes without facing ridicule or career risk. And I think that's a huge deal. I think that I really don't know that much about the IMF, but I think that other institutions, the normalization of Bitcoin, the ability to be innovative, to talk about it publicly and openly, without facing career risk or ridicule is going to increase dramatically during the Trump administration. And I hope that one of the outcomes we get from that is a wave of innovation, of people building new products like what Garrett is building. I've got some ideas for things that I want to build myself. I'm just kind of waiting to see what happens. Waiting to see what happens with the first 100 days of the Trump administration. See where the market structure bill goes, see where hopefully things with stable coins are able to get some progress. And then I think I feel more comfortable just taking the next step after that. Let's see here. Hey guys, just as a heads up, if you want to speak please go ahead and raise your hand again. This room has reset twice since we've been in here. So I've noticed the room will drop from 600 people down to 12, and then everybody rejoins again. So it's a little bit janky this morning. Maybe.
Wayne, do you hear me? I want to add something what you said with Bitcoin and the normalization.
Yeah, go ahead, Alex.
So, thanks. I think probably a lot of people will still also in the future do not understand Bitcoin, but I will probably explain them to them in that I think we can all see that the world is digitalized or getting digitalized more and more, right, on a live basis, and this helps us. Is it through the phones that we can talk? Is it through navigation? Is it through language? So gold was, I think, reliable in the analog world. Okay, yeah, it made its job. So, but we see again, we're going more digital. So I think Bitcoin is definitely reliable in a digitalized world, and that's I think where we're trending. Now we have AI. Again, we are going more digital. So.
Well, yeah, that's a trend that's been going on for 40 years. You know, I mean, you mentioned the transistor back in 1975.
That's why we will see what gets demonetized faster.
Oh wow,
Part of
50
real
years
estate
ago.
or part of gold, right? So again, I think also people who do, what I want to say is that people who do not understand Bitcoin understand that we are getting more digitalized by the day.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, I think when Fred had his debate with Peter Schiff, he brought up the point like, when has the digitization of anything failed? And the answer is never. And I don't think gold is useless. I still think it has some utility. But I feel like, to me, gold is like a vestigial organ. It's like an appendix.
Wait, I understand you there, but again, for me, Bitcoin reflects the digitalization of real money. Okay, what the gold bugs tried to tell us about, I don't know, hundreds of years. But we have a communication channel now for it. And that I do not need something to touch to know that it's real when I can communicate it everywhere, wherever I am on the world, right? So I could not do this with gold. So it definitely, if I really have to move or go somewhere, it gives me the freedom that I do not have to think so much that what I would have to think with gold probably in my basement. That's the point.
Well, for me, it's a moot point. In general, like the argument of gold, because people have gold because they already have gold, and I think the new buyers for gold it's going to decline. I think that let me finish my thought. Is that as money capital moves from older folks down to Gen X, down to millennials, those people are going to be less and less likely to continue to hold those gold assets. I don't know that gold is going to be like completely demonetized, sailor style, but where Michael Saylor was recommending.
Hello, Moto. Hello, Moto.
Is part of just an organic process, and so for me, the discussion of like gold versus Bitcoin, it's kind of silly. It's like me saying like Dewey Decimal System versus the internet.
Wayne, let me ask you a personal question. Sorry to interrupt you. So the basic question is, do you, and I don't know, I think you mid-40s or something, do you feel more free with gold or with Bitcoin, holding gold or Bitcoin? I think for the younger generation, that's no question. They definitely will feel more free with Bitcoin than with having a gold bar. Okay, and again, I'm 40. I probably, before I studied Bitcoin, I did not pay much attention to gold. But again, I can only tell you, I feel definitely more free holding Bitcoin than when I would have a bar of gold in my Bitcoin.
Yeah, okay. I wouldn't want to hold gold. I mean, I held some gold in a GLD ETF a long time ago when it made a good run, and I made some good money off of it. I don't think I've ever owned physical gold. I think that Actually, no. I have one gold coin that I was given at like a Bitcoin conference a long time ago when I was a speaker, and I have like one or two silver coins. But I just have no desire to get gold. I don't know what I would do with gold. You know, take it to a pawn shop and like try to trade it for cash if there's a zombie apocalypse. I don't
what you
get it.
could, sorry, what you could try is when you have this gold coin. I also have like two things for my father, and I don't even know. I think it was then also combined with okay, this was the first mark or whatever. But go try it to get a suit with this gold coin. Let's see how many people will accept it. Then it's like, right, it was 1 ounce or whatever, which buys you still a suit or whatever. I don't even know how much a gram that should be. So just try it with your gold coin to get a suit. Let's see if that's working.
That's funny. Hey, here's a question for you guys. As long as I'm not stepping in front of a hand or anything, I don't see any. But you know, one of the big drawbacks of gold, and I have silver too. I mean, silver, not gold, but any of those precious metals, you get run over the coals in the purchase and especially in the sale. Like I don't even know where to sell it, but pawn shop level screwing is what I picture when you're selling your gold. But let's see, for Bitcoin, when you're buying and selling in and out of cash or fiat from Bitcoin, it's pretty damn bad, right? I remember Grant talking about it. Like, are you guys serious? Like, you know, when I buy the Bitcoin, I get like a large percent less because of the fees on Coinbase. And that, I think, what I'm curious about from the panel is these fees must be made up of some version of risk plus profit that the exchange wants to make, plus this, plus that, plus storage, you know, all these things. But I feel like, and I hope over time as this next administration comes in and regulates the banks, and hopefully banks start custodying more, there's going to have to be some kind of like a competition to bring that cost way, way down. Do you guys agree?
Yeah, that's been a concern for Coinbase investors for a long time is fee compression. You know, they were making a lot of their money from trading fees, and a lot of those fees were coming from non-Bitcoin coins. But yeah, I mean, it's inevitable that those fees get compressed over time. There's just not enough. There's just too much competition that's out there, and like you said, as banks start to get involved in this, there's going to be more pressure on that. So I don't know. Long term, I don't know if trading fees is long term like a really good business model for Bitcoin exchanges. Like it's been by contrast, it's been the best model so far. It's been the only real model. You know, listing fees and trading fees are a great way for Bitcoin businesses to make money. But over time, I think it's, you know, when I say time, I'm talking like 20 years. I think it gets compressed down because as Bitcoin becomes more adopted and the exchangeability between Bitcoin and stables goes up, I think that your ability to have, you know, 2, 3, 4% trading fees just goes down.
It seems like we've got to be close to like a step level adjustment in it because it really is so bad. It's fine for us hodlers, right? No big deal. But to get us on this big stage and to have real transaction or free velocity of money, I'm in no rush for it. But I hope that the banks and regulation is kind of the smoking gun that takes those fees way down. Because the fees, storage is a thing. Commercially, they got to store it, and I'm sure there's fees there. But it needs to come down way closer to the main chain fees, and even lower than that, because there should be a lot more lightning level enablization of moving Bitcoin, even at commercial levels. So, anyways,
well, I think companies like Swan and River, they're retail oriented, and they're going to take as much money in fees as they can get away with. Now, they might say that we don't take a fee, but they're just taking a spread between the price that they're acquiring Bitcoin for and the price that they're selling Bitcoin to you. And I think that's totally reasonable. And Bitcoin's still going to be new for a long period of time for a lot of people. And they're not going to be really sophisticated about this. They're going to be looking to get Bitcoin at a safe, reliable place that makes them feel good and comfortable with their purchase. I don't think they're going to be shopping the fees. and they're going to be switching from one person to the next because it's a few bips different. However, I do think over time that will change. So I think you're right about that.
Cool, thanks for that.
Hang on a second. Guys, give me 1 second, please.
Oh yeah, I'll just keep conversation going. Gary, are you on stage? It looks like you're a listener, but you're up there. Gary Cardone.
Not in my screen, but
Oh really? Okay, yeah.
Hey Ben, while we're waiting
Yeah. Go for it.
for Wayne, yeah, I just want to touch on the gold thing. So, I have to admit it, I'm a gold bug. I've always been a gold bug. I've never, because of my career as an options trader and in the markets, I've never really trusted markets. Shocking to hear. But yeah, no, I've been stacking gold since probably the early 2000s, after the dot-com bubble. And, to Wayne's point, it's actually really easy to transact in gold, to sell gold. The pawn shops you talk about, there's more gold dealers, more like the gold and silver shops that you see, with the big signs, in almost every major city or even large township in America, and they pay over spot. So, it's actually really easy to walk in with gold coins and move them, or gold bars.
Guys,
nice.
you know what's interesting is that Andrew Tate, of all people, he put out a video, I don't know, 2-3 months ago, where he said that Bitcoin is useful because you can go to any city in Europe, and he called it the OTC desk guy. He said there's an OTC desk guy where you can exchange that Bitcoin for whatever you need to transact in the local currency. And I thought that was interesting because, I know Andrew Tate has a lot of Bitcoin, but the use case that he was talking about was very relatable to everyday people who are traveling throughout, different countries. And he was talking about it kind of like, yeah, you just call your guy, you would take your gold bar to a pawn shop and exchange it for some local currency. So I think that these ideas are going to migrate from the financial world into the regular world very quickly. And personally, I don't know. Anybody else on stage who owns gold? Is there any reason why you still hold gold instead of Bitcoin? And is there any reason why you'd want to acquire more gold than you already have?
So I'll take that one too. I bought my last gold in 2013 when I first bought my Bitcoin, and I really haven't touched either to any significant degree. And in 2013, I was 97% gold, silver, 3% Bitcoin. Today, 97% Bitcoin and 3% gold, and that's without doing anything. So that kind of tells you why I'm not buying.
Wait a
more
second.
gold.
Are you saying you never sold any of the gold? It's just that Bitcoin appreciation went up so much that your 97-3 split flipped the other way?
Yes, sir.
Congratulations, Darkside. That's
awesome.
fantastic.
Thank you, Lynn. So this goes back to what we were talking about, that the best trader in the world is a dead guy.
That is so true. If you just acquire high quality assets and you hold on to them, you're going to do so much better than people who trade. It's a fact of life. So you might execute a few trades early on and get lucky, but once something starts to mature and the growth of it starts to accelerate, it's really, really difficult to stay on the other side of that where you're smarter than the market, and it only takes a couple mistakes to wipe out your position, and you never get it back once things take off. So I'm a big advocate. Just buy Bitcoin, put it in a gold storage, and don't worry too much about the price. Celebrate the price when it goes up. Don't bite your fingernails off when the price goes down, and make sure you engineer your life so you don't get shaken out of your position. Let's go to Gary Cardone. We got Gary up on stage here. Good morning, Gary. Oh. Looks like Gary's he's not available right now at the moment. Hopefully he'll come back. Darkside, it sounded like you were going to say something there.
Yeah, no, I was just going to agree with you, and I kind of call it frozen storage, right? Like so cold that it's in a deep freeze. That's the best thing you can do with your Bitcoin, right? Like just don't touch it.
That's one of the advantages of multi-sig as well. Like if you have multi-sig and you have your keys like separated so that it actually takes physical work for you to assemble everything together to execute a Bitcoin transaction of size. That's not just a security strategy, it's also a HODL strategy. It forces you to really think twice about making a trade. Imagine if you had a large Bitcoin position on an exchange where you could just sell at any moment versus, you need to, drive halfway across the state or contact an attorney or somebody else to get one of your keys. It really changes the dynamic about how you think about things. So I think that's a good point. But I mean, hey Gary, good morning.
Yeah, Gary here. Just was having problems between PC. Anyway, I couldn't find the link.
Yeah, don't worry about this. This Spaces have been janky all morning. It's turning out.
How's everybody doing at 102? And MicroStrategy's up 22% in 2 days. I mean, you guys really ready for this road? We're gonna rock, man.
Oh yeah, man. You got to celebrate the wins when they come. And, David Bailey tweeted this morning that this could be the last time we see Bitcoin below $100,000. So that's a guarantee that we'll go down there at least one more time. But that day may not be too far in the future. And I'm really thinking that, I think I'm really optimistic about where we are in going in 2025. I see things just doing a lot better under a new, more friendly government. A lot more entrepreneurs like your brother doing interesting things with Bitcoin. Gary, what's your take on what you see for the year ahead?
I think we're going to see a lot of volatility, which is good if you have your core thesis. Dude, it's hard not to be bullish. I got to tell you, as long as we can get to January the 21st and get Trump and his entire team in office and the parasites out, they will most certainly be working from the other side, the inside, the outside. I mean, these crazy people will attempt to do something here. But to me, there's nothing that fades me off this trade. This trade actually, I just met with my doctor for an hour. I told him 4 years ago, buy Bitcoin. And I said, hey man, you didn't buy any Bitcoin? He said, yeah, I bought some at 90 the other day. And I'm like, what happened to the 40s, 50s, 70s, 80s? And what are you doing tomorrow morning? He's like, oh, I'm not doing anything. Bro, nobody's in this trade yet, guys. Nobody. No one is in this trade except us.
We talk about this all the time on
so
Twitter.
easy for us to start thinking, dude, that like if you just look at the names on this list, right? It's the same people over and over and over. This market, we just need a broader voice in broader platforms, right? But this is a little echo chamber, really. It's not representative of the global market. With or without a Federal Reserve, I actually don't even think that's relevant right now. That's total cherry on the top, man. Popped up 90 days ago at best, maybe 100 days ago. And now we're all like, okay, the Federal Reserve has to be the play. No, it doesn't. We don't need it.
You mean strategic Bitcoin reserve?
Yeah, totally. We have game theory. We know the game theory is in operation. It is unstoppable at both corporate, state, and country level. The question now is how aggressive, how fast, and how much do we know and not know that countries are doing? But this will not, most certainly, you will not have the transparency of the Russia. Oh, I bought 37 million Bitcoin today. They're not going to do the Michael Saylor transparency play, which, by the way, I think is setting a standard for all public companies. And you guys keep saying that it's a Ponzi. I actually don't think you know what a Ponzi is. But I would encourage everybody, before they use the word Ponzi, find out the last time a Ponzi scheme was run like this, where the CEO and the head chairman of the board are constantly telling people what they're doing. I ain't never seen it, and I think it's actually going to set a standard for other public companies, both in their share price and for those that are like Google and Facebook who have massive monopoly structures. I want them to behave like Michael Saylor. Hey, Zuckerberg, once a week, I want you to tell me what you're doing. What's open source? Where are you making your money? What are your trades? Where's all your investments going? How are all your customers doing health-wise, by the way? Or are they all mentally sick? And children? Like, I would like to see that level of transparency. Only till we get there, to me, is the world safe. But when you have one metric, it only takes one guiding light to set the standard. And we finally have Bitcoin in a position where it can shine. So I'll pass it back over to you.
Gary, I have a question, Gary, for you actually. So when we say, okay, Ross Works 3, which is one favor which Trump can accomplish, and now it comes to creating the Bitcoin reserve or getting a tax relief, what you have to report, right? Trump also said no tax on tips and all that stuff. And we can only take one of these. I mean, for me, it would be sufficient enough when the US actually keeps their stack they already have, which they confiscated, instead of saying, oh, yeah, we buy now as a country. So, of course.
Yeah, I personally think that last part's unnecessary. If they keep the 200,000 Bitcoin on their balance sheet, it is in the United States balance sheet. If we just get him to say, hey, he's not going to sell it, good, dude, we're done. Now the question's going to be,
let me rephrase the question again. We have the Bitcoin reserve or we get the tax relief. I think for the whole industry, it would be very beneficial when we get the tax relief.
we're going to get,
do we have to
we're gonna
report?
get both, my friend.
What's that?
We will get both. We will get tax relief on tips. I don't think they're related to crypto. And you'll get the strategic reserve. You're going to get both of them. Why would you only want one?
I think to Gary's broader point, like earlier, is that there's just an inevitability here of momentum. You know, it doesn't, these small policy changes. Exactly. It's like the internet. The internet was obviously going to be successful, and Bitcoin is obviously going to be successful. Can you predict every step along the way? Absolutely not. But we've definitely crossed the threshold here, especially with what's happened over the past year with the Bitcoin spot ETF and the red wave. I think that there's enough momentum going forward where it's just, it's a matter of time more than anything else, Bitcoin's long-term success.
Okay, wait, now let me phrase it differently. I would like to see that we get the tax relief faster than that we get actually, now we figured out how to create really a strategic reserve. Would be more beneficial to the
What kind of tax relief are you looking for?
Again, I wanted to use Bitcoin in a way that I do not have to, tell them what happened 5 years ago. Okay.
So you want to not be able to pay taxes on all crypto?
That's not what I'm saying. I want to have a use for regulation. How we deal with that.
Yeah.
And I'm not.
What do you want specifically? What do you want? Do you want to be able to use crypto and not pay taxes on a retail level? Or do you want to be able to hoard Bitcoin, sell it when you want, take your profit, and not pay tax?
No, it's not. We have to talk about, okay, how much tax do we pay on that?
But I'm asking you, dude, what is it you're asking? Because it sounds like if you want to use your Bitcoin for retail and not pay taxes on it, I don't think you understand Bitcoin. So why you would use Bitcoin to buy potato chips unless it's a massive discount? I don't know why anyone would do that.
Gary, I have a reason why you would. You got a second?
Well, I mean, if the reason is to grease the skids of the retailers, that's
no, that's not why.
Go ahead.
Can I explain?
Okay.
So for somebody like me who's 100% Bitcoin, I have to spend Bitcoin. Otherwise, I have to transfer it into dollars first, in which case I need to take a capital gains even for small amounts. So if you're 100% Bitcoin and you have nothing else, if you fully port it over to the system that everybody else is headed towards, then So I think what the argument is, Ben, is give us either tax breaks below a certain threshold so that we can use this in the real way, or make it legal tender so that it becomes the legal tender in the United States. We don't pay capital gains on Bitcoin. So whether that threshold is $600, $1,000, $100,000, $250,000, I don't know what the right thing is, but I think most Bitcoiners want to see it become legal tender, because if the U.S., as Trump has said, is going to be the leader of quote unquote crypto, which I hate that word. I wish we would just talk about Bitcoin, and I hope, Gary, I hope you get there someday where you're just talking about Bitcoin, but that's a topic for another time. If we really want to be leaders of this thing, and we don't want China or Russia or somebody else to eat our lunch, just like we did with the internet, we want to be the bastion for that, then we need to get rid of capital gains so that people can actually use this stuff on a regular day-to-day basis and build the community that we want to build and pull that future forward faster than instead of waiting for somebody else to come along and say, you know what, we're the bastion, we're the cradle for crypto and Bitcoin evolution, and let somebody else take it from us. I think if the U.S. really wants to be serious about it, they need to start thinking about getting rid of capital gains.
Thank you, Bitcoin Pilot. Couldn't say it better. And I would actually say, okay, we see how inflationary our world is. $10,000 for sure. I do not have to report $10,000.
Well,
There's been a few bills that have been floated about where there would be exemptions for small amounts of Bitcoin for capital gains tax reporting purposes. But I think to Gary's point, Bitcoin is not a retail phenomenon for buying cups of coffee and spending stuff. And it was for a very short period of time back between maybe 2011 and 2014. But that ship is sort of
yeah, look at what a waste. Look at what a waste. Hang tight, guys. Look at what a waste of money that was. Anyone that used Bitcoin to buy potato chips, that's the worst investment they've ever made in their entire life.
Though, it's all Bitcoin, Gary. It's all Bitcoin.
Yeah, I know it is, man. But the truth is, if you tell me, hey, do you want it on the Federal Reserve, the strategic reserve, or do you want no capital gains? You're going to lose the capital gain battle. This country.
Why though, Gary?
Well, because you guys proposed it that way, but you're going to make more progress by not having. Why are you worried about capital gains, dude? I don't mind paying capital gains. Okay? If I have gains. What I don't want to do is be in question and have Russia put it on the reserve. And to me, it's far more important for us to stick this on the strategic reserve in America to get in front of it than whether I have a capital gain. You're not going to win that.
I agree. Gary, I agree.
$1 million.
I agree with you. I understand what you're saying, and I agree to an extent. But I think there's a great. I don't know if you've seen. There's a picture of sort of. You have Bitcoin at store of value and then Bitcoin at immediate exchange, and there's two different S curves on those. And I think there are people like me who are already fully ported, right? So I'm all the way at the top of the Bitcoin store of value S curve, and I want to live on the immediate exchange S curve. And so there are early adopters, and you're talking about there used to be, Wayne, you were talking about there used to be people back in 2011 or 12 trying to get people on, and there was a big bootstrapping movement in the early days of Bitcoin. And a lot of that has fallen to the side, and because it has become this store of value. But if the world fully ports over to a Bitcoin standard, eventually you're going to want to use this stuff. And no, I think that right now is not the time that we should be arguing removing capital gains over a Bitcoin strategic reserve necessarily. If that's the case, we're talking about one or the other. But I do think the conversation about both of them is incredibly important. And if we're really serious about what Bitcoin should and will become, then you have to have that conversation at some point of how are we really going to be that cradle for the rest of the world if we're not making this legal tender, if we're not letting people use it in the way that it should be or could be used, really growing the Lightning Network, being able to go to my coffee shop and pay some sats for some coffee. That's the world I would love to see, and I don't see why we can't have both. And I think they're important to talk about now and forever and into the future.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple issues with Bitcoin being used for retail payments. Forget about the tax issue for a second. There's also throughput and transaction fees, and there's been plenty of times over the years where those have been constraints for people wanting to make small payments. So even if the government said, you know what, go ahead, there's no tax on Bitcoin, spend it freely. We'd still have other challenges that could constrain us from just massive adoption of Bitcoin. But I think if you zoom back a little bit, the question was posed by Alexander as like a binary, and we're not going to have that. We're going to have governments, not just the United States, but other governments having broad, sweeping changes they're making at the regulatory level, at the legislative level, just across the board to try to outcompete other countries for creating a friendly environment for Bitcoin and for stable coins. I think those two things are tied at the hip, and it's going to be a necessity for them to drive that forward. So I don't think we're going to be presented with these choices in the future. I think that it's clear, just like the internet took off, Bitcoin and stable coins are taking off together, and they're going to eat the world. Welcome, British, up onto the stage. Hey, British.
Morning, Wayne. Afternoon.
How you doing, man?
I'm good. I'm really good. Are you guys discussing adoption by people or by capital?
We're talking about everything today, just a little bit of everything.
Okay.
But right now, specifically, Alexander posed the question, what would you rather have, a Bitcoin strategic reserve or capital gains? And he said that we'd rather have capital gains relief so people could start spending Bitcoin more.
Oh, I apologize. I missed the binary of that. Sorry about that. I didn't realize that was the binary when I got in there.
Yeah, no, it's cool. And so that was literally the context of the conversation. But we've been talking about everything this morning. Bitcoin above 100K. We talked a little bit about MicroStrategy's 1,070 Bitcoin buy this morning. We've talked about all sorts of stuff.
Awesome. I would rather prefer a SBR than a capital gains relief.
Yeah, that's my man. He understands. Hey guys, I just got notice from Thomas that I won a bet last year for 500,000 or 600,000 sats. Is that exciting or what?
Congratulations.
What am I going to do with it? It's so exciting.
Party's on you next time you come to Austin.
I think I was a part of that bet, in which case, please send me your wallet address, Gary. I'll send it over to you.
Yes, sir. I owe, y'all want to hear a funny story about bets? I owe Mark Yusko and Jason Williams $10 each. And the trick is they bet me that Solana would outperform Bitcoin. And for the gentleman that earlier said, hey, Gary, I hope you get to a pure virgin level on Bitcoin. That probably, sir, is not going to ever happen unless the entire system is Bitcoin. Because I'm going to talk about NVIDIA. I'm going to look at IBM. I'm going to look at crude oil. I'm going to look at natural gas. And if I look at natural gas and crude oil and they're on the fiat system, I'm going to look at tokens that are being developed for a marketplace that, quite frankly, the better solution for the retailer is that we're using a stable coin or some other form of token rather than the finest collateral on planet Earth to buy potato chips. It just doesn't make, look, you give me a discount for me to buy my Range Rover with Bitcoin, like 15 or 20%, I'm all over it. Until you value my Bitcoin over the dollars, though, this is my complaint about people using Bitcoin to buy potato chips. You're not fully valuing your Bitcoin.
But Gary, you're not fully valuing your capital if you have anything other than Bitcoin. That's the Bitcoin.
Yeah, sadly for me, I didn't grow up in Bitcoin. Sadly for
None
me,
of us grew up in Bitcoin. Whoa. None of us grew up in Bitcoin. We're all here. We're all new.
30 or 40 years of investments in private equity, in real estate, that I can't just call people up and go, hey man, liquidate me into Bitcoin.
Why not?
You fucking don't have any clue then. You don't have any investments like this. Let me call my brother up. I'm in 6 of his funds and say, hey bro, send me $11 million in Bitcoin.
I mean, it might take time, but that's exactly what Bitcoiners have done now for the last 15 years. They've slowly gotten out of their other positions and moved into Bitcoin. They're fully ported, and now they have to use a little bit to buy their life.
Bro, guys like me are just really slow. Man. We're gonna catch up to you guys.
I know.
But until then,
but we're all getting there slowly but surely.
I'm trying my best, man.
I love it.
And if I talk about IBM or NVIDIA or XRP, I don't mean to offend anyone, but Bitcoin is less than 0.2% of the entire global market. That means I'm not going to talk about 99% of the other assets on the planet. It makes little sense to me.
We all get there eventually. I'm not trying to be offending at all. I love that you're here, Gary, and I think you're a big proponent of this stuff, and we need everybody in the world is going to be here eventually. We're all sort of slowly getting there, quickly getting there. Some of us are more easily able to do that because of where we're at, either in our lives or in our investing, in our investing lives. But I really do think once you start pricing everything in Bitcoin, I started trading when I was in high school. I worked for a hedge fund through college and into venture capital, and then I started my own fund. Eventually went a different way. Became a C-130 pilot in the Marine Corps, but my background was finance and econ. And when I found Bitcoin, it became very apparent that the rest of those things were distractions to what the real show has been. And so for the last 8 years, I have focused my entire investing life on this. And, it has simplified my life. It has simplified the way that I look at money. And it has made this investment, especially when I price other investments, because I still made other investments for the last few years. But what I started to do was pricing those investments in Bitcoin. What was my opportunity cost on those small investments throughout the years? And how much Bitcoin could I have bought with those? And every single thing that I have invested in other than Bitcoin in the last 8 years has cost me plenty of Bitcoin. And, so this idea that I should be spending, lesser assets on potato chips and beer, that's fine until you respect your capital to the level of a true hardcore Bitcoiner, because I respect my capital to the point where I don't put it in anything else but Bitcoin. And so everything that I buy is Bitcoin. And that even counts, if I get a paycheck and I haven't quite transferred over to Bitcoin yet, and I use that to, either pay rent or buy some food or whatever, that is still in my mind, that is still Bitcoin. It's just Bitcoin that I didn't yet get a chance to convert over. And the more I convert and the longer I hold it, the wealthier I become, the easier my life becomes, the less stress I have to worry about other things, real estate or a house I used to own in Florida that I was always worried about hurricanes. I know you just dealt with that this year. I just think the more turns, the more cycles, the more years you go through this, your brain just keeps cycling. And yeah, I understand having other investments. And the reason when I said I'd love to get you off the crypto idea down to the Bitcoin idea, I really do mean when we're talking about, you're talking about NVIDIA, natural gas. I get it. There's other things that are interesting. But I really do think getting that word crypto out of everybody's vernacular and getting it onto Bitcoin, because that rest of the stuff really is a distraction. There's crypto and there's the fiat world. There's Bitcoin and there's the fiat world. And crypto belongs in that fiat world. Bitcoin is over here. It's different, it's separate, and it's special. And I just want the world to see the what I see coming, which is this Bitcoin revolution pulling us through the quagmire of all the garbage that's happened to us and all the bad things, all the broken money, all the results from broken money, and get us to a point where we get to that Bitcoin revolution, we get to that new world. I just hope I live long enough to see it.
Yeah, I hear you, Bitcoin pilot. We all put a premium on Bitcoin above everything else, but I think it also is important to acknowledge that there are switching costs for everybody, and it's really hard for people to go from, especially a guy like Gary who's built up a 30, 40-year investment portfolio into Bitcoin. And to respect that and not say it, in a derogatory way. I think it's also important to recognize, too, and Darkshot, I'll get to you in 1 second, that when it comes to talking about digital assets, Bitcoin, crypto, people, especially at the government level, they're never going to select a specific technology. They're never going to say Ethereum, Solana. They're going to say digital assets or crypto as a category. language, about how they talk about things, they want to be encompassing. They want to create policies that cover everything. So I really do think that these terms are here to stay. I don't think that we're going to get to a world where the word crypto is no longer used anymore. I think that I like digital assets better than crypto. I've never really liked crypto. But I think that we just have to be patient and careful that that we recognize that other people have different constraints and incentives than we have, and not poo-poo so much other people's usage and language policing and things like that. So, at any rate, Darkside, you had your hand up. Go ahead, my friend.
Hey guys, just shifting gears for a second. And by the way, I completely agree with the crypto in the fiat world and Bitcoin in the Bitcoin world. But let me throw something out there. What are the thoughts on Canada going first? Right, with the news that Trudeau's going to be stepping down, Canada's currency's in the shithole. Do they make a move to Bitcoin first and force everybody's hand? Wouldn't be surprised.
Well, it certainly will probably, if they start talking about that, which I don't think they will. But if they do, then it will bring up the timeline for Trump as soon as he's in 12 days or whatever it is.
Yeah, I just get a sense that the pendulum's about to swing as hard as it can swing in Canada, right? Like they've been in an absolute disaster for so long that I would not be surprised if they make the move first and try to shore up the loonie.
Hey, Dark, what do you think the DXY's, gonna solidly come down right now? It seems like it peaked out a little bit. Do you think that's it, or do you think it's gonna go higher?
That was a question for you, Darks. I don't know if you heard Luke. He was asking about, do you think the DXY is going higher?
Yeah, it seems like it's breaking down a little bit. I don't know if you think it topped or not. Or anyone else that wants to take it.
Oh, we just lost Darkside. I don't really have a strong opinion about this. Obviously, there's been a run up in the dollar recently. I think if we say Joe Carlisari 3 times, he'll come into the room and answer the question.
British? Anyone? I don't know.
I'm bringing a few more people up on stage who might want to address this issue, so hang on 1 second.
Okay, thank you. Gary,
And I think we got Darkside back as well.
Yeah, everyone's smarter than me on this. It's just interesting.
Hey, Darkside, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I glitched out, so I didn't hear what Luke was talking about.
I'll repeat it. Yeah, I apologize. This space keeps resetting over and over again. It's crazy. He asked about the Dixie. Can it get higher?
Oh boy, can it get higher, right? Like, the issue is I don't know how you stop it at this point short of a massive intervention, right? Like this train has left the station. The spread between the U.S. Treasuries and foreign treasuries continues to expand. It's almost like the U.S. is just a gigantic sucking machine, drawing capital from all over the world, thus weakening foreign currencies and strengthening the U.S. currency, which is not a good thing. But it's going to take a massive intervention to stop the Dixie.
So you don't think 108 or whatever it hit 2 days ago, you don't think that's the top? You don't think it's reversing from there?
No, I don't.
So this thing is just going to rip and break shit all over the world before they try and get it down and print.
Well, let me ask you this. How do you get it down? The U.S. 10 years at 461 now, right? Like, China's 10 years at one and change. In Europe, they're in the 2s, right? So why would you invest money in Europe when you can come here and get, in the 4s? Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, how do you get it down? It's like a relative game. So if everyone else's currencies are fucked,
I've kind of been pounding this point with infra for a while now, right? Like the system's broken. The amount of debt that we have is sucking capital out of the entire world. So how do you get it down? You'd have to go to something like QE, right? Which would lead to potentially high inflation. Like there's no really good answer. In Europe, they can't raise rates. They're already about to fall into the ocean.
so yeah, QE is what they will do, can do, right? That's the only thing they can do.
So this gets to the really good argument, which is it's going to be the Fed against Trump. Trump's going to demand lower interest rates, and the Fed's going to sit there and drop the front. Potentially, they'll drop the front end of the curve, but that's just causing the back end of the curve to steepen, right? So that's not. Remember, the Fed doesn't control the long end, short of going to yield curve control and QE, where they actually buy duration, right? They issue short term and they buy up the long end of the curve. But we're already have moved our duration so far to the front of the curve that if we move it further to the front of the curve, we're just taking on higher and higher refinancing risk. As it stands right now, we're going to have to refinance $7 trillion of debt in 2025. Are you going to do that all on the front end and then buy that front end and, sell that front end and buy the back end? And then you end up in a situation where there is no long duration debt for people to hedge with. So the whole system is like it's teetering on the edge of collapse, and there's no brilliant answer on how you fix this problem.
So Bassin's getting handed just like a fucking Rubik's Cube or something, like on fire.
Yeah, Infra makes the point that Besson has talked in the past about Bretton Woods 2.0. And really, the only solution here is a Bretton Woods 2.0, where you walk in, flip over the poker table, and you start over again.
This isn't the Great Reset that the liberals around the world asked for, but it's the one that they might get.
Yeah, exactly. That's a great point, right? Like they were looking for the Great Reset, they may get the ultimate reset, right, where the U.S. dollar's cut in half.
Yeah. Let's get a few other voices in on this. Let's go to Rob and then Simon.
Oh, hey, Darkside. I had my mute on for a sec. Yeah, I couldn't agree more with everything you just said. I think if you go back and look kind of historically, I think the parallel might be in the mid-'80s, right before the Plaza Accords. And if people aren't familiar with that whole episode, it's really interesting. But the Dixie, I think it got up to 170 or something like that. Now, the foreign currencies were a little different there, so you're sort of comparing apples to oranges. But there was something in the neighborhood of a 30 or 40% increase in the value of the dollar relative to all other currencies. And I think if you look around the world and kind of what's going on, there's a real scenario where that happens. And if you just look at the amount of capital that the U.S. needs, this debt refinancing next year, could be a big deal. I think they'll just roll it over. Dark side, I don't think it may end up being one of those things where we're surprised by how little of an issue it is, especially if interest rates are as high as they are. But I think it'll be really interesting to see. And I think the real question is whether they do something like the Plaza Accords, because I think that was quite negative for the U.S. I really do. And it hurt the dollar for a generation, where central banks kind of got together and agreed to sell off the U.S. dollar. I don't think that helped the U.S. at all. I think it hurt the U.S. and I think it helped Europe, and I think it ultimately resulted in the euro and a lot of other things. But I'd be curious to get Simon's take on this too.
Of this century, little was known.
Hey everybody, Happy New Year. Completely agreed. There is no stopping. This is structural into the dollar. I think you guys were talking about the IMF and everything earlier. The dollar is increasing at the slowest rate, and even though you have inflation in America, like you go to the other side of the world and things are dire. You can't even in some parts of the world you can't invest in Bitcoin and outperform inflation. Bitcoin is doesn't even keep up with inflation in other parts of the world. But it's structural. Europe can know, since they handed over the keys to the ECB, they handed over, they're no longer investing in their own economy, and all they can do is lend to the America. So, the demand for treasuries, the strengthening of the dollar, it will go until the whole thing breaks. And the Fed is saying we're not gonna do anything to change it. The government, we're in the government versus. I hope the world is getting clearer in the difference between what the government wants for its people and what the central banks want. And I think that's getting clearer and clearer and clearer. But we're now at the stage where the strengthening of the dollar means that America is just overthrowing governments left, right, and center. Like Elon Musk is about to overthrow the British Prime Minister for the right reasons, but the fact of the matter is Elon's just overthrown. Like Keir Starmer can't recover from that, and that was all executed through X. That series of events will create massive civil unrest within the UK. Like the level of tension and hate as a result of these immigration policies. And everyone draws their own conclusion around what's happening. Like jobs are being lost. AI is taking jobs. It's come, like every small business I know is on a hiring freeze. And the only way to survive this is to own assets. So you got real estate, you got Bitcoin, or you got stocks. And the vast majority of the world doesn't own real estate, Bitcoin, and stocks. Gold only really becomes something when things go bad. But Bitcoin is benefiting from the Fed's policy, and also is the solution once the thing breaks. Whereas gold only kicks in once things break. Real estate and stocks will just continue to go up for as long as the Fed wants them to go up. No reflection of reality. And central banks are printing their currency in order to provide liquidity for their central bank, their governments, and their people to invest in US assets. And then you've got this perverse structure now where
mind and magic.
Like countries are buying treasuries, providing liquidity to the US government, and then the US government is overthrowing their governments. Like, this is why there's so much tension around the world. You even got like Syria, they just said they're dollarizing now. So you have the complete overthrow of the government. You have state-funded terrorism,
by Israel,
which is essentially the CIA funding ISIS and Al Qaeda in order to overthrow a government. And then that government says we're dollarizing, and we're going to see more and more of that.
Tom, I got a question for you. So one of the trends that I've seen coming out of the Trump administration is the push for stable coins as a way to drive demand for the dollar around the world. And to what degree do you think that if the other if everybody else has a weak currency and the U.S. dollar is a stronger currency, then that gives somewhat of an incentive to, there's always trade-offs involved, but somewhat of an incentive for countries to, people inside countries outside the U.S. to want to get dollars. So to what degree do you think that a push for global stablecoin adoption that's based on dollars would help remedy some of the problems that you frequently talk about? Would it help, or would it make those problems worse?
Well, you don't really have any choice. So I dollarized in my life a long time ago. I can't hold the pound. That's and in my life I have to decide, right, how many months do I want to have? And everyone makes that decision. How many months of cash do you want? then what cash do you hold? And are you going to take currency risk for that amount a month? And the rest of it obviously goes in Bitcoin, and then you have investments. But stablecoin breaks banking. That's the tension. So the Fed won't want stablecoins, but the government might. The government might say, let's overthrow the banks. Let's just allow more and more treasuries to go into these stablecoins. And then you've got, well, what happens with banking? If you can seamlessly go from bank deposit to stablecoin, and you can do that at scale, that just gets switched off in systemic risk times, because you're essentially defractionalized banking the entire system, which breaks everything. And so the only outcome of that is you create global financial crisis 2008, and JP Morgan buys the banks, and at that point they're like, well, why are we doing this? Why doesn't the Fed just buy all the banks and issue a CBDC? Why don't we just replace everyone's deposit with a CBDC? Hence the reason why we're all becoming algorithms right now, because stablecoins breaks banking so badly. Yeah, at scale, if you can go from bank deposit to stablecoin trivially, and the Fed won't allow that to happen. They'll say, well, private stablecoins or CBDCs, and and then there's going to be that tension between government and central bank, because the central bank is no longer serving what the people want.
I think we know which direction at least the Trump administration is leaning towards. They're really pushing towards stablecoins. So let's bring in Rob. He's had his hand up. Go ahead, Rob.
Hey, Simon. Yeah, appreciate that perspective. I think what we may be seeing, and this is, I think, I haven't heard this take, but it seems to me that the argument that Bitcoiners are making, with the challenges of fiat, and I think everything that people experienced in the 2020 period, I think they won the argument. I really do, and I think where we're going to see fiat currencies break first will be the smaller ones, and I think what they're going to be doing is going towards the dollar. So ironically, what we may be seeing happening is, as the Bitcoiners and as the anti-fiat voices win the argument, people actually end up moving away from the smaller ones first into the US dollar and the Bitcoin second. But Bitcoin may actually be helping the dollar.
Interesting. Let's go to Teddy.
Yeah, hey guys. I mostly agree with everything that Simon and Rob have been saying here recently, and as a Canadian, I'm pretty similar to Simon's take on not holding the Canadian dollar already. But I think that, as of late, especially, Canadians have been waking up to this as an idea. Not even like Bitcoiners or people that are focused on economics, but just Canadians across the board have started realizing how bad things are getting. There's been a lot more mainstream media discussion about the purchasing power of the Canadian dollar. There's obviously been a lot of discussion in social media on X in particular about politics. Elon did amazing things for Trump and helping him win that presidency in a landslide. But I've noticed he's started talking about politics globally. He's mentioned things about Trudeau, who, thank God is now out of the picture. He's been talking about Tommy Robinson and what's going on in the UK. He is really digging his feet in here, his hands in here on global politics, which I think is great. Trying to fight back against this woke agenda. And, the Canadians are realizing, like Rob was kind of just hinting at, that we're going to see some of these smaller currencies start to move to US dollar. I don't even think it's going to be small currencies. And back to your point, Wayne, about, stablecoin adoption or just, US dollar adoption, anything that will help people store their value better than what their current option is, I think will be used. And I wouldn't be surprised if we kind of move to a point of, global adoption of the US dollar as currency, not just as, store of value as like the global reserve currency, but actually as the currency that people want to trade in. And we're already kind of seeing that in very niche marketplaces. For example, I have a friend that's a watch dealer, and right now when buying and selling watches in Toronto, in Canada, all of the big dealers are only accepting US dollars. This is a first for him experiencing that, and like I'm still willing to take Canadian dollars in the businesses that I run here, but it is very quick transition from these Canadian dollars that I'm taking in and converting them into US dollars, or moving them into Bitcoin or other assets. So I think it's going to be relatively short order before these other currencies continue to go down and the US dollar continues to go up. The Dixie kind of taking a little bit of a dip here, I think is going to be short-lived, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see all-time highs on the Dixie in the next 6 to 12 months.
And it does seem almost like a diabolical situation, Sailor style, where Sailor advocated maybe a little bit tongue-in-cheek to sell gold and use the money to buy Bitcoin, thereby demonetizing gold. I can see a similar analogy where everybody around the world wants to hold dollars. And if the U.S. goes out and they aggressively say, okay, we're going to make it easier for everyone around the world to hold dollars, it's a way for them to drive demand for treasuries to lower the U.S.'s borrowing costs and just, put even more people sort of under the thumb, so to speak, of the United States, and be able to say that, hey, you guys are, now depending on us. And they're not doing it from a malicious standpoint, but it just seems like, if you do drive global stablecoin adoption, it benefits the United States government, but it's at the expense of all these foreign financial institutions.
Yeah, the problem with that is, kind of almost like the immigration debate. There is a global recognition. Like, you take Keir Starmer at the moment. The first thing he did when he came in as Prime Minister is he said, we've got billions for Ukraine, we've got billions for Israel. And no recognition of a cost of living crisis. And so then if everyone's holding their reserves in America, in treasuries, then you're subsidizing the US economy, and that's also subsidizing a brain drain. And so that's why we are where we are. Like America's just going to have to figure out how to trade on its own eventually, and there's either like a change in U.S. foreign policy to be more friendly, or everyone ends up having to form new alliances and figure out a way of functioning without the dollar. And that's why we're moving into this multipolar. We're in a currency war, and that's it. And there's and those that want to boycott and exit and just say screw governments, screw central banks, are just saying, well, I'll own some Bitcoin, and hopefully they say I'll do that without BlackRock. And I think that's we've hit peak centralization. And Bitcoin is a problem of trying to solve the decentralization issue. Like right now, Elon Musk can overthrow a prime minister or a president. He did it. He tried to do it.
Wait, hang on a second there. It's not just Elon Musk, though. I mean, Elon Musk, obviously he now owns X. It's a platform, but there's, Elon Musk can only say something that has weight because it's seen and heard and echoed by hundreds of millions of people around the world. So I think the key thing, a small point, Simon, is that I think the key thing here is that freedom of speech and the free exchange of ideas and conversations like the ones that we're having right this moment is really what gives Elon Musk's words weight. And that is something that was under threat, especially after COVID. And I don't think that you can undo this. This is a movement and a culture that's growing, and I think just the when the internet first started, we had this idea that the free exchange of information was going to revolutionize everything. And to some degree it did, but we moved back away from that with the creation of things like MySpace and Facebook and other social networks. Everything was account-based. Google search index was the primary discovery mechanism for content. So, we had these choke points. But now with X, I'm going on a little bit longer, Simon, I apologize, but I'll wrap it up quickly. With X, we have the ability to more freely exchange and popularize ideas. And with AI systems that are out there, we're going to have the ability to get information without relying on things like the Google search index and a handful of other search engines as a source of truth. I don't even use Google that much anymore. So I don't think it's so much like Elon is changing. I think the ability for people to get access for information and exchange ideas has fundamentally changed, and Elon is just at the forefront of it. He's a figurehead in that movement, as are, many, many other people.
Completely agree, but most people are doing it covertly. Elon's doing it overtly, which is interesting in itself. But he did it with Venezuela. He tried to execute a coup in Venezuela. Then he tried to do it in Brazil. Then he did it what he wanted to have happen in America. Now he's doing it with Canada, UK. But Venezuela was the one. If you want to see the case study, that was, a narrative that is perpetuated through the traditional media that then leads to mass immigration from Venezuela to create like a fifth column in America of people that wanted to flee the regime. And then the people that fled the regime to America set the tone for determining how people feel about those that are actually left within the regime. And then you use X in order to perpetuate a narrative based upon your understanding of what the politics are, which then was meant to lead to a regime change and a coup. But it didn't work because there was a competing force. It's fascinating, to see. Now, the concept of the free speech platform, and this is why I think it was so interesting to watch what happened over the holiday period. So Trump was elected upon a culture of mass deportations, America first. And then you have this confusion of Elon Musk saying, the whole H1A thing that led to a massive uproar where what Elon wanted to do didn't feel like it was in line with the promise to most of those that were MAGA. And then using that to follow up with change of algorithm and mass removing of blue checks from people and their ability to write longer posts and various other things.
That happened? There was a mass removal of blue checks and removal of their ability to create long-form posts on Twitter or X.
Yeah. You must have had a different algorithm. If you're in the anti-Israel algorithm, which I'm in, so many accounts were booted off because they were. If you had the combination of being against H1A and being anti-Israel, you got booted off. You lost your blue checks. You couldn't upload a video more than 2 minutes. You got deboosted, and you can't write long posts anymore, and you're shadow banned. And then that follows up with, people need to be more happy. And so then you're like, well, what does happy mean? What does that algorithm mean? This is a fascinating thing. But you know what the story is? We have to eventually achieve what we did for Bitcoin with our identity, with our social media, with our voting. We have to own our own identity. We have to own our own social media posts. And we know the technological hurdles in those. But I think there was a bait and switch, and I think you'll see more of it. But maybe you were on the right side of Elon's algorithm, so you weren't experiencing it.
I mean, my perception of the whole H-1B issue is that was that Vivek made a post. Elon said a few things. Some people read a lot into Vivek's long post, especially Vivek's long post, and they used it as an opportunity to try to drive a wedge into the party by trying to say that, you know, Elon Musk is setting policy for Donald Trump, and so I really looked at it as really, this is more of like a manufactured crisis here, a manufactured scenario, outrage. Manufactured outrage is probably a good term. And it was, I didn't realize that there were people who were experiencing what you said you just experienced. So I'm gonna look into that. Thanks for sharing that idea with me. Guys, it's getting close to the time that we wrap up the show, but I did want to touch on one thing that was related to what Simon was just speaking about, especially because we have Teddy Bitcoins on stage, who is a Canadian. Teddy, I'm wondering what your take is on what's happening with Trudeau today.
Yeah, I think it's great for Canada. Even the Liberals that I know here don't really like him, or they've come not to like him. They liked him when he first, became Prime Minister, but after seeing what's happened to Canada over the last decade, it's a disappointment for everybody, right? So it's no surprise that, the caucus wasn't supporting him. I feel like it's a bit like what happened with Biden and Kamala. Obviously, there's different reasons for why. Like Biden was, old age and getting to a point where he wasn't, wasn't fit to run, and Trudeau is still young and has a lot of life left in him. But as far as a politician and how the public perceives him, it's game over, right? And I think that in general, people are sick and tired of this like diversity, equity, inclusion narrative that has been like played out far too much. It's not to say that, I'm not inclusive or I don't want some diversity. I don't want, equality. I don't want inclusion. I want those things. I just think that we need to be smart about it, right? We need to be smart about how many immigrants we're letting into the country and, why they're being let into the country. Just allowing like any amount of refugees in was a big thing that Trudeau was all for. The government spending we saw in the U.S. and Canada sending money abroad to fight other countries' wars, especially Ukraine. There's a lot of Ukrainians that moved to Canada, now Canadians that supported that, and some that didn't even support it because at the end of the day they left Ukraine and they don't have family there and they kind of thought it was a bad idea. But the woke agenda in the schools with the transing of children too early on, puberty blockers and things like that. There are so many things that the left has done that were questionable even to some liberals. So I think generally speaking, most people are pretty happy with, what's going on here politically. And one thing that I like to highlight is the second-hand man to most likely the next prime minister, Pierre Poilievre, is a very good friend, college friend. They were actually best friends to J.D. Vance. So some people might not know that, but one of Pierre's kind of like, in his corner type of guys is the second-hand man to Donald Trump's, old friend. They still keep in touch. I can only imagine that things are lining up in a way that America, the United States of America and Canada kind of band together here and, make North America great again, not just America, but
so Teddy,
really, it's truly epic to see.
Are you guys going to become the 51st state and adopt the Bitcoin standard? Is that what you're saying?
I actually put out a tweet. I was, put my tinfoil hat on last night. I was talking with American Hodl, and I said, the best way for the United States to get around Congress on this Bitcoin strategic reserve is to have Canada buy the million Bitcoin, and then the United States just takes over Canada. I said it jokingly, tongue-in-cheek, but it is actually a possibility, and I would be totally okay with it. There's so many Canadians that are okay with becoming a part of the United States of America. Like, there's maybe a small percentage that aren't, but like the benefits in my eyes actually outweigh the cons as far as, you know, becoming a part of the United States. Now, whether or not the United States actually wants Canada, like, yeah, it's resource rich and whatnot, but you got to deal with a bunch more commies. So that might actually be a case not to, and all the immigrants that have come in over the last few years that are probably not wanted either. But anyways, yeah, I'm excited for what the future holds, and I think that, you know, the Canadians and the Americans are kind of taking Canada and America back.
All right. And thanks for wrapping that up for us. Guys, we're going to go ahead and end it there. So I want to say thanks to Teddy, Ben, Simon, all the other speakers who've been up on stage today. And thank you guys, all the audience, for joining us this morning. It's always great to have these conversations. So if you can, please go ahead, follow the Bitcoin First account. You'll get notifications when these spaces go live. We'll be back here tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. Actually, everybody, do me a favor. Send Doc Kruger a DM saying get well, because Fred's been sick for a while now. I think he's getting better. His voice is recovering. Or just throw a comment in the thread saying, Doc Kruger, get well. Hopefully we convince Fred to come back tomorrow morning, because it's definitely more fun when he's around. So thanks, everybody. Have a great afternoon.
How are you doing today, Aki? Assalamu alaikum.
Other side screaming against it. But what Doge is going to do is going to highlight some inconsistencies while not pertaining to other ones. Like, we should be taking a look at government contracts, but the biggest participant in there are, you know, Amazon and Elon Musk. So you got what is it, Zuckerberg or whoever's running Amazon right now? He partakes in it. You've got Musk, who gets billions of dollars through that shit. So if we're going to take that, and they don't always deliver. Here's a big issue. I'm going to tell you a secret. Those two guys don't always deliver on their promises or their contractual agreements to the United States. In fact, a lot of the private contractors like Boeings and Raytheons and fucking Armalites and SIG and all of these other fucking contracting companies, they don't necessarily always follow through the contracts. They underperform and oftentimes underdeliver. And yet, you as a taxpayer, we pay them out. We shell that check right out there. Trump was right in his first administration to hold that back and negotiate fees, to argue back. Our current administration in years prior, they just fucking paid that off. That's where Doge should start. That's my opinion, but they won't start there because it's a moneymaker for the large private industry, Rob.
That's an approach, you know. And when we've got McZed on the stage, we'll welcome him up in a moment. But I'm of the mind that this Doge advisory committee will be like the same thing that happened under I can't think of the firm he worked for, but the business executive. They did a similar study under the Reagan administration, and then it'll go nowhere. So we'll see what's going on, Mr.
Well, good afternoon, Michael.
All right, there we go with that. Yeah, I think that Doge is not going to go far. I think that it sounds good. I think that it's got a good ethos. I'm all for a smaller yet more efficient government. But the way that it's set up, I don't think that it'll actually come into an effect or anything like that. Luckily, the Republicans have a majority of Congress. And they have the presidency, so you know they theoretically can make shit happen. But I don't think they have the incentives. What do you think, Beth Adams?
Well, I don't know. I mean, Monica's, you know, going off in the chat talking about my dead mother and how I'm blocked. You know, don't disinvite me to a party I don't want to go to. You know, I'll be at the gym, Monica. You should definitely learn the address to the gym. Learn to see your feet without a mirror. And again, at the end of the day, you want to want to talk about my mother all day long. She wasn't a wide back ass hoofed foot animal like you are.
What is this? Anyways, so they're going to have a hard time cutting the federal budget for the obvious reasons. What are the biggest parts of the federal budget? Well, entitlement programs are enormous. Social Security, Medicare, the entitlement programs. I don't think anybody has got the guts to mess with those. Then you have the military, which has now failed an audit for, I think it is the 6th or 7th consecutive year or something. So, you know, the idea that Trump and the Republicans are going to rein in military spending or military procurement, I think that's delusional. That won't happen. And now the third issue is the interest payments. The interest payments on the debt is now, I think it's $700 billion a year or something like that. And interest rates are not expected to drop much. So, and the deficit is still quite large. So the interest costs on the debt will just keep going higher. Everything else is small potatoes. You know, there's a few billion here or there in contracts and whatnot, but it just doesn't add up to anything. The real money is in the entitlement programs. People have known for decades that they're not sustainable, but there's no political will to cut them, much less the military, if that even makes sense in today's world. We should probably not be cutting the military, but you know, how to make it more efficient, how to make it better. Nobody knows how to get it done. I don't think Pete Hegseth has a snowball's chance in hell of making the military more efficient. Basically, the military is burned out from 20 years of inconclusive wars on the other side of the world. So, you know, we couldn't even supply our allies with sufficient weapons and materiel. So, you know, I don't think that there's cost savings there. So I think it all adds up to nothing. We saw a massive increase in the debt and deficit last time Trump was in office. He's not a fiscal conservative, obviously. I think it's all baloney.
Well, Mike, you know, Elon says that F-35s are played out when we have drones. So maybe there's some savings there.
Well, I don't think that that's true in a military sense. I mean, you know, these are complementary systems. You know, we have had a long war now in Ukraine with essentially the most modern weapon systems, and the drones, which are used heavily close to the ground, have not made normal fighter planes obsolete. In fact, it's the opposite. Air superiority matters more than ever because of these glide bombs. And while there's a lot of technology being put in place to interdict drones, whether that's electronic warfare or whatever, very little, you can't stop these glide bombs, these guided bombs, without actually simply stopping the airplanes themselves, which means you need either very, very sophisticated air defense, lots of missiles, or you need another fighter plane up there to go shoot them down.
The tree of life.
Yeah, no, that doesn't make any sense. F-35's got a lot of problems. But the investment has already essentially been made. The plane has been developed. A lot of the problems have been worked out. So I imagine that one will go forward. Also, the way people talk about that project, lumping its entire lifetime of costs into one number, doesn't really make sense. When we're going to plan on using this plane for 40 years, 50 years or something like that. So yeah, I mean, that is not a well-reasoned, rational, realistic criticism either. And there's nothing to replace it with. And short answer is no. Drones don't make fighter planes obsolete.
So here's the thing. Are you, and maybe I'm reading your PTR wrong, are you active duty or a vet as well?
No.
Yeah. So the way government spending tends to work, and this is how you could find savings, is that they'll give you a budget, and like if you don't spend everything in that budget next year, you don't get that budget or an increase. So especially in the military, when I was in, they would find bullshit to spend money on. Now you got a 500. Well, I was in the early 2000s, so I guess flat screens were that expensive. But now you're ordering $800 fucking flat screens for the mess galley, and it's like the mess decks doesn't need new TVs. But if I don't order new TVs, then they won't give me the same amount of money next year, and things like that. I think that we could change some of the incentives in how government budgeting and finance works, and there's some savings there. As to the entitlement programs, I think I said this in a previous room, and I'll say it again. And I invite somebody to tell me I'm a dumbass, Brad. But I think that we probably need to stop.
Do you want me to tell you now or later?
Well, hear it out first. Hear it out first. If we stop, what we have is a current system of Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid, but let's just focus on Social Security. And we develop a new type of Social Security, which is more of a defined contribution. So how private sector jobs went from a pension to a 401k, something similar to that, except that an individual, like, there has to be a bare minimum. Like, if you can't choose yourself, you're gonna get like fucking the Vanguard safety fund, index fund, or some shit like that. But where people could invest their money. And I think the politician that finds a way to do this can sell it as the American Dream 2.0. I'm the next fucking FDR, better than, bigger than, and this will work. I think they should also raise the retirement age because life expectancy is longer, and probably find a way to index those to market rates. And I think that'll be pretty helpful. We probably should have some form of
Yeah, Mike.
Do you know why they call
Mike, hold on. Zip it. Like, we know you're
No. Let me reply to that.
No, you can't. No, he asked me a
I got a
question.
quick
You'll
question.
stay on mute, Mike.
You're not a mod, Brad. You're just a faggot. So shut the fuck up.
Okay, so again, are you still living on your
Anyways,
girlfriend's couch
I got a comment
your friend's
from
couch that won't give you any ass?
Let's
Still sitting there trying to sell people on this idea that you ran $1 billion business on Clubhouse, and then somehow your business partner stole it from you, and that now you're the next great DIY.
Shut up, Brad.
Now you want to join in a fucking 20-year-old fucking Beamer thinking you're some fucking cool guy trying to hit on fucking 15-year-old girls.
Looks like I got under his skin.
Let's get one.
Well, I don't know how much of a dumb faggot bitch you are, because I don't give a shit about you. But
you can't be name calling people those names with a lisp, Mike.
I know, right? I mean, are you
Well,
still
let me
wearing
adjust my
pennies
mic
in your
here.
loafers,
Fuck
little
you, Brad.
boy?
You're a twat.
You're trying to be so tough, but you're fat, you're bald, you're short, and you live on somebody's couch. You can't roll in here thinking you're tough when you've done nothing with your life, and you're living on a fucking
you are
girl's
not
couch who doesn't want to even see you
Anyways,
naked.
we weren't actually talking
So,
about me.
yeah,
I know I'm
that's it. Your
fascinating
stick
to you.
is that.
Yeah, but you spoke about him, so now you get the smoke.
So now you want to cry, and then
But
you
that's
can't
actually
even
not what
fucking
we were
rub
talking
two
about.
nickels together to make a fucking dollar. You can't figure out shit. You have nothing. All you do is come on Clubhouse, smoke weed, and then talk about how great you think you are, and then people fucking bust you down.
Brad served this country. The only thing that you did was serve your fat ass at the buffet. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, I ain't gonna get fucking, shot at.
Oh, so you're an overfed coward.
I've never heard anybody admit they were a coward that fast. I mean, that's a record, Adam.
Iraq or something.
Shout out to the money laundering overfed coward.
You should hear this guy's thick. Like, he literally has, so go follow him on Instagram. You'll see his little business model there, unless he takes it off right now. It's a fucking joke and a half. And he ran around saying he owned this business and all this shit, like another Clubhouse billionaire fucking grifter.
Actually,
and he
it
was
was a
trying to do
trillion,
all
Brad.
this
Get
shit.
the numbers
And then
right.
he comes out one night and he
Trillion with
starts
a T.
talking with Roger
Capital
and
T.
Kelly. And then he goes,
Sounds like a tranny trillion to me.
House. I smoke weed all day in my car's 20-year-old Beamer, but I'm fucking
Brad wanted me
posh
to
and rolling
fucking
it.
sorry.
And he was
It's only
going
girls,
at
Brad.
Roger, he's going at other business
I know you're a
people,
pussy,
saying how
but
smart he
I still
was,
swing
how
that
much
way.
wealthier he was. And it turns out you're just a couch surfer. You're poor.
It
You
turns
wear
out
the
you
same
don't know
t-shirt
shit
time and
about
time
shit,
again.
Brad.
When's the last time
But
you
that
actually
wasn't
paid?
even the question.
When's the last time you actually paid for something?
You're gonna need it if you live that long.
Really?
I
don't want to live that long.
All right.
You're gonna need those fucking pennies from Uncle Sam.
I mean, I
Paying
got
for your
you, dude.
PTSD.
You're right.
Hey, here we go. Mike, did you have a question?
Yeah. It's just, do you know why they call Social Security the third rail of American politics?
Probably because nobody wants to touch it like third rails on the public transport.
Like Monica. Touching me die. And that's why those reforms that you were talking about, well, they may, in theory, make some sense. It's just like nobody's going to do it, especially under the Trump administration. So that can will get kicked down.
So thank you for saying absolutely fucking shit all to do with it. So Rob, your question on the entitlements program. So you'd have to break it apart. You'd have to actually not listen to twits like this and actually look at the Medicare.
Yeah, we should listen to PTSD soldiers about this shit. Yeah, where did
all right,
you get your
dumbass.
degree? A cereal box?
Yep. You got it. I got it out of a Cracker Jack box. You want to keep going, motherfucker, or should I bend you over your mama and both of you?
Let's hear your
How about I
grand
bend you
plans.
over and touch your toes now?
Let's see how
Tell
you're
me with that list how much you bend over for everybody. Tell me again with that list how much you bend over. What value do you bring? You aren't even going to get Social Security. You actually have to pay into the system first, dipshit, and you paid nothing in your life.
Well, good thing I was a fucking millionaire, you know. After all those billions, man, I don't need to worry about that shit, dude.
You can't even be called
I'm just gonna hop from beds to beds to beds, from couch to couch to couch. I'll be fine.
Yeah, I know you will, because there's always some fucking meth head out there that says, "Here, sure, you've got a nickel, I can go buy a dime bag." There you go. So, Rob, if you're gonna touch Medicare, you're gonna have to look at it from top to bottom. It's not an easy solution. Like
this guy thinks he can buy a dime bag with a nickel.
Yeah, shut the fuck
tell
up,
us
dude.
about
Like,
fucking.
so again, twat waffles like you who are cowards, who literally are cucks, who sit there and say, "I'm too afraid to fight, sir." You definitely.
He still needs a key to turn on his BMW. He definitely doesn't know anything about finance.
It still needs to get.
Where's your fob? Where is your fob?
Don't come up on us like a Tesla, Brad.
I
don't want to see you on the paper fucking, all charred out.
Here, I'm gonna try to talk
Charred
like
up.
So with
I think you got some anger management issues, Brad.
and you need to talk like this.
I think
I could get on your couch
too hard in the army or whatever you did.
You fucked what? You fucked army soldiers, dude?
I think
that's
they
not,
fucked
I
you
wasn't.
too hard.
Oh, they did me too hard, huh? Is that why you're sitting there cowering on a couch in someone's house and saying you're too much of a bitch to go fight anybody?
Nichols, trying to talk about this and that and other.
Dude, what the fuck are you
Confusing
wrong
a
with you?
billion with a trillion, man. Get your numbers right.
What the fuck? Anyway, so Rob, back to your initial question before fucking idiots like this come up. You're going to tackle Medicare, and I agree, Medicare's broken. Most of us should want out of Medicare. We should really start pushing for this and not going to a Medicare for all. Because if you're going to tackle pricing and you're going to say it's easy to provide medical care to everybody else, you have to deal with an entity, multiple entities that have power over your politicians and power over the American people. And that is the medical groups, the big lobbyists, those pharmaceutical companies, medical devices, which every single person needs. You can't tell me you don't, because you've gone to the dentist, you wear optical, you have hearing aids. You're on pharmaceutical because every one of your fucking cries, that'll turn them into fucking Mike Fragel. You're going to have a fucking psychological diagnosis 6 weeks from Sunday because everyone's fucking kid is on the spectrum these days. So you're part of this system, and you're not going to be able to go ahead and tackle that system for 350 million people. And you can't have open borders. So you're going to have to tackle it from a multitude of different fronts, such as reducing immigration. You're going to have a decrease in population, some way, somehow. You can't have replacement theory and say, I want Medicare for all and I want to replace and have a booming population if you don't have the funds to cover it or the expertise. Right now, there's medical shortages throughout. So now you have to talk, should we nationalize the medical system itself? And there are proponents on both the left and right that would love their hands into that pie. I caution you from going down that pathway of that rhetoric. Read that closely. Imagine your U.S. government. I want you to think about this. If you're on the right, AOC, Nancy Pelosi. On the left, Mitch McConnell, Dan fucking Crenshaw. Well, you guys like Dan Crenshaw. Ted Cruz, Matt Gaetz. Someone like that getting involved in your very determinative healthcare. You want those idiots to appoint somebody to oversee that. That'll be a political appointment. That person will bow to the party and its needs and its wants and its caterings. Be very cautious about where some of this rhetoric goes that you hear. That will happen, and you don't want it, because guess what? It happens in other countries, and it fails all the fucking time. If you're going to go down Medicare for all, you have to get through the waste, fraud, and abuse. You're going to have to figure out a way to regulate prices. The rest of the world is going to lose their healthcare. This will cause a huge imbalance, and I'll tell you how. If you set prices for pharmaceuticals and you set it at a competitive rate of, say, Canada, England, France, Sweden, all of a sudden, those countries are not going to get the supply. It'll be the law of supply and demand. We have 350 million. That pharmaceutical company will be catering to the needs of the countries that pay the most. They will get the short end of the stick. Or they will have someone like Pfizer or Moderna sit there, or Johnson & Johnson say, oh, you want our medications? This is the cost. You either pony up and pay it, which will increase your taxes, and you'll still be paying through the nose. But you think you're getting some kind of deal. They'll have strong arms over the ability to do that, and you don't want to give the pharmaceutical companies that kind of power. You don't want doctors and nurses saying, I'll treat you, but it's $100K. If they're nationalized, how good is the government at effectively putting people in positions of power or your health that's a government employee? Been to a lot of VAs lately? Some are good. Some are fucking Chiracs. Like, I wouldn't set foot in there. I know people who walk in with a headache and come out with head lice, crabs, scabies, and fucking missing an arm and a leg. Like, that shit's real. You should look up at the number of malpractice claims filed each year from direct medical intervention. The cost of about $2.5 billion in settlements. Your average settlement for malpractice is $70,000. Is your life worth $70,000? Is that all it's worth? Take your best shot. Go ahead. But actually look at some of the things when it comes to Medicare for all. And for those that champion that it's so easy, if it was so fucking easy, we would have done it already. FDR wanted to do it. Theodore Roosevelt wanted to do it. Fuck, multiple right and left presidents in their administration wanted to do this over and over again. It hasn't happened because it's very, very difficult to provide a stabilizing medical platform for the burgeoning country. You have to provide doctors. There's only 9,900 fucking hospitals across the country. Go look up the systems. Not lying to you. It's a really short number. They're not that big. You're going to have to build more. You're going to have to introduce more. You're going to have to change the way America looks. You're going to have to do proactive medicine versus reactive medicine, which means you have to go get fucking checkups. Most of you, 99% of you in this room, don't even go for checkups unless your doctor goes through. You don't even read your own insurance policies. You don't even ask for itemized bill or your health records when you leave the hospital, even though you know that's your rights. You're entitled to that shit. You don't even bother reading that shit. Pop me a happy pill and go home is all you care about. And till the next time, you don't follow up. Most of you don't even follow up with physical therapies when it's ordered, or rehabilitation, or speech therapies, or any kind of other therapies. You don't fucking actually take time to heal yourself. You go to work, contaminate others. So you're going to have to take a different cultural approach, and switching to Medicare for all right now with the current mindset, the way the system works, and all the hurdles that would endure would be costly. But there are ways to shrink down the budget through Medicare because we're aware that about 30% is waste, fraud, and abuse. It doesn't mean there's people doing fucking stupid shit. There's just a lot of waste. There's a huge amount of waste in Medicare. multiple forms, multiple filings, multiple claims, duplicity claims, fucking overpayment of claims, underpayment of claims, appeals, generative appeals that don't even need to be a fucking appeal if we just set the wheels in motion the correct way. There's systems that can be brought in. OCR, fucking AI can help in a lot of these areas that would help streamline a lot of these efficiencies. They don't do that, and you're not going to have it. I say get rid of the Medicare system and allow the states to actually have a Medicaid for all program for the states handled by the private insurance markets.
So let me pause you right there, Brad. So if we transition it more to states, make it a block grant, give the money to the states, what happens when Indiana says, oh, well, we're going to have the bare bones, only meeting the federal requirements, like nothing. Like, we'll cover you if you die or have a kid, but everything in between, I don't know what to tell you, right? And so people transition and move to Illinois, right, which is heavily Democratic, and they say, well, we'll give you the everything. We're doing everything for you medically. We'll cover the cost. I don't know if it's a hangnail or swapping out a hanging dick. We'll do it all for you, right? And then now the money that Illinois has been allocated from the federal government is explosive. Now it's $35 billion, whereas a simple state like Indiana, it's $5 billion, right? How do we? I guess the question is, how do we, under those auspices, how do we make sure that we're giving, quote unquote, the right amount as a federal government? Because now the federal government has to continue to throw more and more money at Illinois under this scenario, as opposed to a flat rate to every other state for block grants. And if that's the case, they might as well do it themselves, right?
Yes and no. I wouldn't do block granting. And actually, the goal would be to get the federal government out of the way, and to remove them from oversight in your state's healthcare plans. The federal government does not know more than the state of California about the health of its residents and what it needs. It doesn't know more than Illinois, New York, Texas, Florida. Florida has a heavily geriatric population. You think, well, maybe Biden does because he's like fucking 400 years old. But do you think they actually know the direct needs of a state that's heavily populated by octogenarians and kids visiting Disney World? No, they have no fucking clue. Nor do they know the needs of Wisconsin or the Alaskan people who have a different region they live in and different diets. None of that shit is really, they're not aware of that. They don't give a fuck about it. They really don't. CMS that controls all this is there. The goal should be to allow the federal government to provide oversight that the states need to comply with regulations. But federal dollars shouldn't be circumvented or given in block grants. What would be ideal is to allow the private insurance companies to actually pay for contracts that help subsidize the healthcare industry, to pay for those claimants, to pay for those on almost like a bidding war, like you would have for car insurance, and allow them to take up so that they're paying into that system directly, and they're taking that profit and it's going right back to the healthcare needs of that state. And thus, they can handle and process the claimants. They can see what's relevant per the guidelines of the state that it needs to, whether you need 6 MRIs or you just need 1. And doctors will do this. Hospital systems do this. And it's not the doctors themselves. It's a billing company. It's a TPA. They're going through and saying, hey, this person was billed for 2 when actually it was 1. And they may not know. It may not be clear. The notes aren't very clear. There's a lot of fucking issues that exist just transferring data. So if we can streamline that and get it to the ground a lot better, and we can channel that money back into a healthcare system to pay the needs, that would be great. The other thing I would do is, and it's anti-conservative of me, I would start to really push back on the predatory nature that the ACA allows for hospital conglomerates. Pushing out and locking out people because of in-network, out-of-network preferences, as well as regional status, is something that has not sat well with me in any kind of principle. I think we should end out-of-network and in-network. I think if you pay for hospital coverage or medical coverage, you should have it. We have laws in this country with your car insurance that your car insurance cannot tell you which shop to use to repair your vehicle in an accident. Why should a health insurance company get a special privilege to make you go designed with doctors that align with the contract obligations that they have and their negotiations, and basically put out of business those that don't align with it? like that insurance company. But I think that every doctor.
Brad, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure. Just a second. Every hospital, every medical thing should be forced to accept whatever health insurance you have at the rates you have and the contract that you negotiated on. Go ahead, Ed.
So you don't think that if people would lose weight in America, that the strain on our healthcare system would deplete?
Yeah, I think if we lost weight, there's a whole big thing. If we actually took care of ourselves, dieted, ate healthier, put the fucking chips away, the ho-hos and the Twinkies, not glorified obesity, but actually health, not anorexia.
Right. I mean, if you look at the insurance, complex, for car insurance, for example, if you reduce speeding, if you reduce drunk driving, if you reduce, car thefts, then you're reducing said policy premium, right? So why do people look at this differently when it comes to our health?
Yeah, you do reduce premium. So for those of you that don't really know how health insurance works, it's in a block system. Basically, they get you in an employer, if you have it through your employer, which 90% of you do, and they get you in a block. So you and 1,000 other employees. And your premium, you may not use it, but you're paying for everybody else. And on average, your premium is actually the average cost, generally, of what it is. And you're not even paying the full premium. You're paying portions of that because your employer, which that's considered part of your wages, your employer's either matching that, paying a majority of it, paying half of it, paying for whatever you agree to go work for them. So that block, that average cost of premium per month, that's generally around the average per incident that the insurance company will have to pay. And it has to recoup that because some of you will have $140,000 in a month in medical costs. Some will have zero.
So my mom, when she was in the hospital, her bill when she had her heart attack was almost $500,000. Mission Viejo Hospital, almost $500,000.
I think mindful was slightly disagreeing. What was the stage mindful? What part did you disagree with? You don't is that saving money isn't.
No, I certainly was not saying that. I was pushing back against what Brad was advocating for on the basis that every other developed country in the world hasn't taken this approach for good reasons. I don't come from a place of, okay, I have a economic or political ideology, and then I'm going to force, policies based on that. I look at actually what's working in the real world, and so we can look to other countries for what their approach is to healthcare, and they're not choosing to shift further towards a private system. We already have a highly private system compared to other developed countries. And so I'm respectfully pushing back against Brad about this notion that if we shifted it even more towards private control, we'd have a better system.
So maybe you didn't click clear. So let me tell you this. 90%, I'm sorry, hold on, let me check. 92% of all mental health, behavioral health, mental health, psychiatric health, is actually subsidized. Socialized medical. It's your Medicare for all. Majority of this country's on. There is not a state, there is not a county, there is not a town that you, as an individual, cannot go get free mental health that is either subsidized by charity organizations, which is like a Catholic charities, or paid for by the state Medicaid with a matching dollar from Medicare. There is not an entity. It just doesn't exist. Anybody else screaming is a lie. There is no child in this country that is not part of or will be part of some sort of state or federal program that exists out there, and there's lots of them. You'd be shocked when you start looking them up. That will go through county-wise. They are covered. From the time they are born to the time they are 18, they are covered for absolutely everything. To taxpayers, socialized medical system on there. I'm saying that is ineffective. It is overpaid because first off, majority of the kids are unhealthy. They're mentally confused. They're mentally fucking deranged in some fashion. I'm just going to say this. A lot of your kids are nuts. And they're obese. So you're fat and crazy. Like, let's call it what it is. So that's your socialized program, and they're not getting better. What I'm talking about is actually taking that burden off the taxpayer and allowing that money to circulate through, and this has been brought up, and being able to allow the private industry, which also employs a lot of people, has a huge footprint, actually knows your health better than the federal government, and they push you to be healthy. You think the insurance companies want you sick? They want to pay out? Are you mad? They're for profit. They want you as healthy as fucking Captain America. They're going to push you. That's why you get free gym memberships. Look at your plans. Look at all the perks. You get discounts on shopping. You know, what is it? One plan out there has a specific entity where you can get 25% off your grocery bill. If you bought like lettuce instead of a bag of chips, just send them the fucking receipt. That's how easy it is.
Wait.
Right. Hold on, Mike. Hold on. But in terms of your thing of like, there's lots of countries out there. They're cracking. The NIH system is cracking. Canada is horrible. That's why they actually don't necessarily like it. And there's a lot of inefficiencies, and not everything is covered under Canada. And as far as Sweden's model, that one is great for Sweden, but you don't get it for everybody, and they're very tightly controlled, which is fine. If you want a Medicare for all model for 350 million people, pay 60% and lock the country down. Not a single person gets in. Or if you are, it's less than a percentage point. It's literally that small. They don't let people in willy-nilly. You can't just go there and become a citizen and enjoy all the benefits. They're not allowing that shit. And now they're even talking about remigration, kicking fucking people out. So the cost has to be balanced. And you can't just do what we've been doing and say we can just put Medicare for all and cover it. You can't. Even California right now passed that measure. And those taxpayers are bitching about it. It started. And now you have CalMed paying for fucking illegal immigrants. You have immigrants of all types just coming down. And they can't afford it. They're in several lawsuits with reinsurance companies, back and forth, trying to figure out their socialized medical problem, because the providers, they're not renegotiating their rates. They're not going cheap. The hospitals in California aren't fucking, necessarily drive through McDonald's. They're upping out by fucking 1,200% since 2015. So, take your battle, but this isn't something as easy as we can just follow that model and it'll work. Australia's has a lot of fucking shit wrong with it. It's not great. And in fact, a lot of people avoid using their system or going to their own healthcare provider in Australia because it's shit. And we've done these. I've sat in the rooms with the directors and everybody talking about the models, and even listening to Amy Klobuchar, her people, Elizabeth Warren, her people, on the left screaming about how they could do it. And Klobuchar was the smartest one out of the group. She at least said, no, we can feasibly do it without catastrophic issues at hand.
So you threw out a lot of things there, Brad. A couple things to respond. I can't remember all the things you just pointed to, but that's okay. So in terms of other countries, I would point out the health outcomes of other countries, right? And how the United States compares in terms of, life expectancy, in terms of rates of chronic diseases like diabetes, heart disease, cancer. These countries are performing better, right? So if you're pushing back,
a cultural thing. That's not nothing to do with medical.
Brad, I just let you speak interrupted at length. Okay. So if you're going to point out and say, oh no, all these other systems are cracking and they're broken and they're bullshit. I'm not saying that they're perfect, but as of now, historically up until now, their populations are healthier. Their healthcare systems are considered better. You can go online and you can look at comparisons of these healthcare systems across a number of metrics, and they perform better. So it just doesn't hold up this idea of it's not useful for the United States to look how other countries have approached this and implement that here. So that's one thing I would respond to. And the other thing I would respond to is, even within the United States, if you look at the if you look at the states right now that are on the again, this logic doesn't follow for me. This idea of, well, if we just leave it up to the states, well, we've left it up to the states in some ways, and those states that are choosing to say, listen, we're not going to have government intervention on the state level, their people are less healthy. So I just don't see the evidence to support that.
Mindful, this is so. Hold on. Let me respond to this. God, like the inability for people to process information in any direction but the one that they want it to flow is frustrating for me. I live in one of these states. The reason that Medicare isn't expanded is because it would be unaffordable, not because
Medicaid, Kelly, not Medicare.
It doesn't really matter. Just shut the fuck up because you don't want anyone to interrupt you. So
you're talking about Medicaid.
Okay, so Medicaid, Medicare, it's all subsidized. It's all fucking subsidized. Number one, if you don't understand the fucking extent to which people in America's healthcare is subsidized, and even if it's not subsidized by the government, it's regulated by the government. If you don't understand that, then you're a fucking idiot and you shouldn't be having this conversation. I wasn't even going to be rude. I don't feel good. I'm sick as fuck. And so if you think that like correcting me on Medicaid versus Medicare makes a goddamn difference, then you already don't know what the fuck you're talking about. The states that don't want to expand subsidized healthcare, it's because they have the fattest, most fucking dysgenic populations in the country, and they wouldn't be able to fucking afford it. They wouldn't be able to fucking afford it. So if you think that because they don't already have it, that's why the populations are fat fucking pieces of shit, then you're wrong, and you're not capable of processing information in more than one direction. If you think that it would benefit these states to start paying out for the fucking grossest people in America to continue to be gross, then why the fuck wouldn't they do it? If it wouldn't benefit them economically, why wouldn't they fucking do it?
Kelly's right, and then the other part, just to cap it on, that Mindful left off, is some other nations have that, quote, healthier perceived index, but if you actually dive through the numbers, our healthcare actually tops out a lot of other programs around the world. We beat England in a multitude of categories. Canada, definitely sweep it aside. I don't care what Wall Street Journal poll you're going to pull up. If that one's fucking wrong, or whatever, New York, you actually have to go through and break down a lot of the healthcare needs. But firstly, as far as healthy, yeah, stop eating fucking cereal boxes. You have a whole aisle in the supermarket dedicated to 6,000 fucking types of sugar powdered in rice or wheat, and you somehow think that that's nutritious to give your kids.
Cheese, Brad. Cheese is the devil. Like, I don't think that people understand like how detrimental cheese is to people's health. You know, if you're not willing to burn it off, if you're not willing to work.
You got two up.
Black man out. And I'm not a clingy person, and so my wife is.
Thrilled with lice and lust of the light. Oh man, my man.
Jay Thorny.
mental and emotional struggles for a very long time. I was also dealing with
the pineal gland has tiny little cilia, hair-like extensions all around it.
The Kabbalistic cross. Imagine yourself beginning to grow taller and taller. You are as big as the house, still growing and growing, bigger and bigger. The earth is getting smaller. Your head is now above the clouds, towering among the stars. The earth, a small, roving ball beneath your feet. Far out in the universe, you see a brilliant, scintillating white light. Imagine and visualize this brilliant light descending to form a sphere of light just above your head. Raise your right hand slightly above your forehead. With it, bring the ball of light down and touch your forehead, vibrating the word Atto. Atto, which means thou art. The hand is now brought straight down to the region of the solar plexus, and with it descends a great shaft of pure white light, encompassing your now enormous astral body. As the shaft of light descends to the feet, vibrate the word Malkuth.
Imagine if he says, Adrian Dickman has a question.
Meaning the kingdom. Visualize and feel this brilliant ray or shaft of pure light, which has descended from above and encompasses your tremendous astral body. Touch the right shoulder. With this tap, a sphere of light is formed just off the right shoulder, in tone of the word Vagabura. Vagabura, which means and the power. Move your right hand across your body and imagine that from this right sphere of light extends a beam of scintillating light, penetrating the chest and continuing through and just beyond the left shoulder. At this time, the left shoulder is tapped, and another sphere of light is formed while you vibrate the word Vagadula. Vagadula, which means and the glory. In this manner is formed the cross of light. Now clasp clasp your hands in a praying position on your chest, with both arms and elbows raised to be encompassed in the horizontal beam of light. Vibrate the final word, La'olam. La'olam. Amen. Meaning forever. Amen. Face the east. For the ceremonial instrument, you may use a stick of incense, a ritual dagger, or the pointed index finger of your right hand. Inscribed in the air before you, a large vanishing pentagram. That means, with your ritual instrument in your right hand, start at the lower left-hand point of the pentagram, opposite and outside your left hip. The hand is moved to the uppermost point of the pentagram, which is pictured in front of and just above your forehead. Continue tracing downwards to outside and opposite the right hip. Now move upwards diagonally to outside and opposite the left shoulder. Horizontally across your body to a point even with and outside your right shoulder. And complete the pentagram by moving down to the starting point opposite your left hip. As your hand moves, visualize a beautiful blue flame which follows the point of the dagger as it inscribes the five-pointed star. When the pentagram has been completely traced, thrust the point of the dagger to the center of the pentagram, vibrating the deity name, Yad-Hey Vav-Hey, imagining that your voice carries forward to the end of the universe. With dagger still extended, turn in place or circumambulate to your right, to the south, and make a vanishing pentagram. That is, starting from the lower left and moving to the upper center. And with the central thrust of the dagger, vibrate the deity name, Adonai. Each pentagram remains aflame and is connected with the continuous circle being traced by the extended dagger. Turn or move to the west. With arm and dagger extended, make the same type of pentagram as before.
Premium quality fabric. Perfect everyday wear for multiple occasions. Available in 5 colors with sizes ranging from XS to 3XL. Download Tame and get it now. Only for new app users with qualifying orders. Terms and conditions apply.
once again score the dagger in the center of the star, vibrate the God name. Yay. Now turn to the north. As you once again score the dagger in the center of the star, vibrate the God name. Yay. Now turn to the north. Dagger still extended. Make the same type of pentagram. And upon completion, thrust the dagger in the center of the star and vibrate the deity name. Agala. With arm and dagger still pointed, return to the east. Complete your circle of flame by bringing the point of your dagger to the center of the first pentagram. Pause a moment. Imagine, and above all, realize, you are standing in a flaming circle with beautiful fiery pentagrams in each quadrant. Facing the east, with arms outstretched in the form of a cross, say and vibrate, before me, Raphael. Behind me, Gabriel. At my right hand, Michael. At my left hand, Oriel. Before me flames the pentagram, and in the column stands the six-rayed star. Follow the above pentagram ritual, once again using the Kabbalistic cross as before. Imagine yourself beginning to grow taller. The earth is getting smaller. A small, roving ball beneath your feet. Far out in the universe, you see a brilliant, scintillating white light. Visualize this brilliant light descending to form a sphere of light just above your head. Raise your right hand slightly above your forehead. Bring the ball of light down and touch your forehead, vibrating the word Atto. Atto, which means thou art. The hand is now brought straight down to the region of the solar plexus. As the shaft of light descends to the feet, vibrate the word Malkuth. Malkuth, meaning the kingdom. Visualize this brilliant shaft of pure light from above and touch the right shoulder. A sphere of light is formed just off the right shoulder, in tone of the word Vagabura. Vagabura, which means and the power. Move your right hand across your body. At this time, the left shoulder is tapped, and another sphere of light is formed while you vibrate the word Vagadula. Vagadula, which means and the glory. In this manner is formed the cross of light. Now clasp your hands with both arms and elbows raised. Vibrate the final word, La'olam. La'olam. Amen. Meaning forever. Amen.
Did you know you can get permanent teeth in just 24 hours? What? That's right. And with affordable payments, you can make your dream smile a reality in just 24 hours. So say goodbye to waiting up to 10 months with temporary teeth or those really uncomfortable plastic dentures. With over 6,500 five-star reviews, you can see Nuvia has been helping a lot of people recover their lost smiles. And again, they're doing it all in 24 hours. No more compromises. Take the 60-second quiz to find out if Nuvia dental implants are right for you.
The lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram. Ato. Malkuth. Vagabura. Vagadula. La'olam. Amen. Yada hey vav hey. Adonai. Yay. Agala. Before me, Raphael. Behind my left hand. Oriel. Before me flames the pentagram. In the column stands the six-rayed star. Arto. Malkuth. Vagabura. Vagadula. Leolam. Amen. The Bornless Ritual. Thee I invoke, the Bornless One, thee that didst create the earth and the heavens, thee that didst create the night and the day, thee that didst create the darkness and the light. Thou art Asa Arnepha, whom no man hath seen at any time. Thou art Iarbes. Thou art Ear, Apophras Ra. Thou hast distinguished between the just and the unjust. Thou didst make the female and the male. Thou didst produce the seeds and the fruit. Thou didst form men to love one another and to hate one another. I am Anchaf the Konsu, thy prophet, unto whom thou didst commit thy mysteries, the ceremonies of Hem. Thou didst produce the moist and the dry, and that which nourisheth all created life. Hear thou me, for I am the angel of Ptah, Apophras Ra. This is thy true name, handed down to the prophets of Hem. Hear me. Arei, Hiao, Rai, Bet, Atheri, Berset, Belathan, Abeu, Ebeu, Phi Theta So A, Ebe, Theaof. Hear me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. I invoke thee, the terrible and invisible God, who dwellest in the void place of the Spirit. Aro, go, go, agao, so thou, mudori, falathao, the Bornless One, hear me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of a rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. Hear me. Ru Abrai of Mario Dom Babylon Balbin Abaf Asalo 9 Arthen Eof E Photeth Abra Sax R-A-O-O-U, Ishure, mighty and bornless one, hear me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. I invoke thee, Ma Bara E-O, E-O-L, Kotham, Asori Balo, Abraph. Hear me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of a rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. Hear me. Aftam, Abaftam, Bas Om, Isak, Sabaoth. This is the Lord of the gods. This is the Lord of the universe. This is he whom the winds fear. This is he who, having made voice by his commandment, is Lord of all things, King, ruler, and helper. Hear me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. Hear me. E-A-O-U, Pe-U-Re, E-O-U, Pe-U-Re, E-A-T, E-R-A-O, E-O-O-U, Abra-Sax, Shabri-Am, O-O, Oof, Oof, Adonai, A-Day, A-Do, Angelos Tontheon, Alala Lai, Ga-E-R, I-Pay, Diathana Thoron. I am he, the bornless spirit, having sight in the feet, strong and the immortal fire. I am he, the truth. I am he who hate, that evil should be wrought in the world. I am he that lighteneth and thundereth. I am he from whom is the shower of the life of earth. I am he whose mouth ever flameth. I am he, the begetter and manifester unto the light. I am he, the grace of the worlds. The heart girt with a serpent is my name. Come thou forth and follow me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. E-R-O, Sabao. Such are the words. unto their habitations. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil. O thou, majesty of the Godhead, wisdom-crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe, thee I invoke. O thou of the ibis head, thee I invoke. Thou who wieldest the wand of double power, thee I invoke. Thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light and life, thee I invoke. Thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy nemes as the night sky blue, thee I invoke. Thou whose skin is of flaming orange as though it burned in a furnace, thee I invoke. Behold, I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again. Mine is the unseen force whereof the gods are sprung, which is as light unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the charioteer of the east, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who company the bier to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of wrong, ever advancing onwards the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine which standeth in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance, wherein Ptah floateth over the firmament. I travel upon high. I tread upon the firmament of new. I raise that flashing flame with the lightning of mine eye, ever rushing on in the splendor of the daily glorified Ra, giving my life to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountain, the celestial waters shall flow at my word. For I am Ra incarnate, Kephra, created in the flesh. I am the eidolon of my father Tamu, Lord of the city of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is a sanctuary of truth, and a guard sitteth upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart realizes itself as that of Ptah when he created his works. I am eternal, therefore all things are as my designs, therefore do all things obey my word. Therefore do thou come forth unto me from thine abode in the silence, unutterable wisdom, or light, or power. So, Hermes, Mercury, Odin, by whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art. Thou, star of the east, that didst conduct the Magi, thou art the same all present in heaven and in hell. Thou that vibratest between the light and the darkness, rising, descending, changing ever, yet ever the same. The sun is thy father, thy mother the moon. The wind hath borne thee in its bosom, and earth hath never nourished the changeless guardian of thy youth. Come thou forth, I say, come thou forth, and make all spirits subject unto thee, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of roaring air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the vast one may be obedient unto thee.
To be so for real, last year was kind of a lot for me. I was just feeling kind of like burned out and stuck. At some points, I struggled to see things getting better. So I made a hard decision to take a step back from some things and to just really work on my mental health. And a huge part of that for me has been therapy. At first, the idea of adding something into my schedule sounded a little overwhelming, but trust me when I say therapy can make a huge impact on your mental health. There's something about carving out space and time for yourself to sit and unpack and vent and talk to a therapist and reassess and realign with what you're passionate about, set boundaries and track all of those things. It's just so important. I have loved using BetterHelp. First off, they're fully online, which is just super convenient and super flexible, and I feel more comfortable being in my own home. Finding a therapist is kind of like finding a relationship. You have to find somebody you feel comfortable talking with, that communicates similarly to you, that you can just like vibe with. And BetterHelp has a network of over 30,000 licensed therapists on their platform. All of them have different backgrounds, focuses, specialties. I also really appreciate that they let you change therapists without any sort of fee. I actually changed therapists like 3 or 4 times when I was trying to find somebody I liked. Your present does not define your possibilities. Anytime is an okay time to start making positive change. Consider trying therapy with BetterHelp.
Relaxation. It is important that all the exercises on all of these tapes be performed regularly. Sooner or later, some salutary results may follow. You might then wish to offer up a prayer of thanksgiving at the opening of each practice session. Use your own imagination and ingenium to compose the kind of prayer that suits you and your own beliefs, rather than follow slavishly some already existent prayer, no matter how excellent it may be. At the root of all systems, metaphysical or occult, relaxation of physical and mental tension is considered a prerequisite. Unfortunately, most systems contain only a rudimentary technique inadequately developed for the use of the new student or beginner, without any assurance that it will produce results. I want to present a time-honored viewpoint that is repeatedly confirmed with usage of the neuroscientific techniques of biofeedback. First of all, the student is to lie down on his back on any hard surface, or on a bed with a firm mattress, or on a table covered by a thick blanket. A well-carpeted floor has been known to be most satisfactory. For some, a small cushion is permitted for the head. The basic idea is to let the hard surface support the body. Too often, when lying down, we remain fully tensed when we should permit the muscles to loosen up altogether. Thus, we support our bodies with much too much tonicity instead of letting the hard surface do the supporting for us. He must give himself wholly up to it. A few deep sighs will prove of inestimable value. He should engineer some rudimentary relaxation of the diaphragm, the big muscle separating the chest from the abdomen. What is proposed then is for the student to consider in his imagination every part of the body from brain to the tips of the toes. No intricate knowledge of anatomy is really required. On the other hand, however, if the student has been taught the broad outlines relating to anatomy and physiology, he may find that knowledge useful. While lying on the back, a thick, large pillow should be slipped under the knees so that the knees are raised some few inches from the surface. This tends to induce a mechanical relaxation of the spinal muscles. Let him now cross one ankle over another, the heels resting on the hard surface, and fold the hands over the abdomen by interlacing the fingers. Consider the brain by visualizing it in the skull. Everyone has, at some time or other, seen diagrams of the cerebrum. Imagine now that the brain is a mass of white and grey nerve substance divided into a right and left hemisphere with a little bulb at the back. The entire surface of these structures is marked by numbers of lobes, convolutions, and depressions. Try to feel that this brain, normally white and grey in color, becomes pinkish in hue as you think of it. This visualization dilates the blood vessels in the head, automatically directing an increased blood supply there. This creates warmth over and above the normal amount, and this radiating outwards to surrounding structures produces a relaxation. Maintain this visualization long enough to become aware of some kind of sensation in the head, subjective sensations of warmth and tingling. Yet these are not wholly subjective. Biofeedback experiments indicate that the temperature of fingers or toes using this method may be increased by a degree or two. Relaxing the entire body thoroughly in this way will also be found a distinct stimulus to the maintenance and or recovery of perfect health. Imagine next that the blood, which has been warming and so relaxing the brain, pours downwards from the frontal portions of the brain into the forehead, the eyes, and the temples, dilating the blood vessels there. Go through a similar procedure as previously described until you obtain that characteristic sense of warmth, tingling, and relaxation. These are quite unmistakable, being the hallmarks of the induction of a local release of tension. Pass in contemplation downward to the ears, reflecting also on the inner ear mechanisms, the cheeks of the face, and the nose. Imagine the blood flowing there, bringing about a relaxation of muscular and blood vessel tension by reason of the warmth induced by the surplus of blood in that area. Pause long enough until the appropriate reactions and sensations are clearly noted. Should your attention wander away to the events of the day, don't get angry or irritable. Wait quietly for a few seconds and gently bring the attention back to the consideration of the area in question. The mind is bound to wander at the beginning of these exercises. It only requires some training and re-education. Bring the blood in your imagination to the lips, the mouth and gums of the teeth, the chin and the angle of the jaw. This procedure having been applied to the whole head, including the back of the head, you should pause for a little while to become completely aware of the sensations involved. Also note that the entire body should have begun to lose its gross attentions. Since the brain is the nerve center of the whole psychosomatic organism, when it relaxes, so also will all other subsidiary parts. The neck is the next area to be considered. The student should visualize the windpipe with all its component parts, if he knows them by name, together with muscles and glands in the front, sides, and back of the neck. They should be imagined as turning pink due to the dilatation of the blood vessels that, holding more blood, are gently warmed by its heat and thus being coaxed into relaxing. As the tensions begin to loosen, pass the attention to the powerful muscles of the shoulders and shoulder joints. Pay great attention to these, for they are unusually tense in most modern people, the price we pay for the benefits and stresses of civilization. Let the attention slowly wander from the shoulders down the arm to the elbow, forearm, wrist, hand, and fingers, dwelling for a minute or so on each part, feeling a sensation of warmth and tingling there, firmly telling each part to relax. Return in imagination once more to the shoulders. Visualize the entire chest cage. Within this cage are several large and important organs: the bronchial tubes, lung, heart, large arteries and veins leading to and from them, and the diaphragm. Also make note of and feel the powerful rib muscles which aid the breathing function. Just make a simple picture of this cage and begin to feel that slowly the blood pours into every dilated artery, vein, and capillary. The muscular walls of these vessels relax, enabling them to convey larger quantities of blood than before. Because of this increased blood supply, a greater quantity is being generated in the chest, resulting in a generally diffused sense of relaxation. So far as the abdomen and pelvis are concerned, a similar technique is to be followed, thinking of the large areas which include the individual organs that you know to be housed there. Feel the warm descent of the blood and experience fully the sensation of aliveness that the consideration of those parts produces. As you practice, you will at first become increasingly conscious of each bodily segment, becoming aware of each separate organ rather as one does of each tooth if and when there is a toothache. This awareness is succeeded by a complete cessation of sensory awareness. The relaxed portion, formerly standing out so vividly in consciousness, will fade utterly from view. Eventually, consciousness of the body as a whole vanishes entirely, with a deep and abiding serenity and stillness resulting. Having completed the irrigation of the pelvic area, imagine the life stream of blood dividing into two powerful rivers, each sweeping down one hip and thigh. Consider the thigh as far down as the kneecap, in a manner similar to that applied to all other portions of the body until you become aware of the warmth and relaxation of the heavy, thick muscles. Then pass downwards with the mind to the ankle and finally to the tips of the toes. Become fully aware of each minute part of the body, becoming absolutely flooded by the bloodstream, which enables it to undergo this needed release from tension. The entire process from head to toe should take not less than a half an hour at first. More time would even be more satisfactory. As time goes on, less time may be necessary to induce relaxation, until finally the mere wish or thought to relax will spontaneously induce all muscles and tissues everywhere in the body to relax their chronic tension. Skill is the important factor, and skill is achieved solely by practice and constant repetition. In this way, a conditioned response may be built up with the almost instantaneous reaction that such reflexes have. Stand erect. Spread your feet slightly apart. Take a deep breath. Stretch and twist your body. Relax the muscles. Twist and stretch again. Relax. Exhale and let your body flop from the waist, dangling like a rag doll. Inhale and bring your body back into the upright position, loose and relaxed, but upright. Exhale, let your body flop again. Inhale, coming up from the floor. Exhale, flopping forward. Inhale, up and relaxed. Exhale, flop like a rag doll. In, up, 3, 4, out, flop, 3, 4. In, up, 3, 4, out, flop, 3, 4. Wiggle your body, up and down like a snake. Turn it loose as if it were boneless. Let go completely. Arms, head, neck and shoulders, all loose. No tension. Let us dedicate this work to an awareness of the ever-living God by using an ancient prayer. Who should not praise thee, O Lord of the universe, unto whom there is none like, whose dwelling is in heaven and in every virtuous and God-fearing heart. O God, thou vast one, thou art in all things. nature, thou self from nothing, for what else can I call thee? In myself I am nothing. In thee I am self, and exist in thy selfhood from eternity. Live thou in me, and bring me unto that self which is in thee. Lie down and make yourself comfortable. You are now ready to become more aware of your body. Breathe easily with the lips slightly open. Wiggle around for a moment to find that one position which is most comfortable for you. Now stay in it. Do not move from it in any way. From this moment forward, remain absolutely motionless. Make no voluntary muscular movement, not even a wiggle of the toe or the bending of a finger. Motionless. Now try to feel what is going on inside your body. Let your mind roam freely from head to toe and back again. Slowly, deliberately, methodically. Verbalize what you do feel. Speak out loud as though reporting your different sensations. You are attempting to do one thing and one thing only. To heighten your awareness of sensations inside your own body. You may become conscious of an itching in the scalp. Leave it alone. In a moment or two, it should die down and then totally disappear. Your attention may soon be distracted by a muscular itch or a tingling somewhere else in the body. Whatever it is, again, do nothing about it. Merely observe. sensations in the different parts of the body will come and go without apparent rhyme or reason. Watch them. Become aware of your body as something you have lived with. And perhaps now, for the first time, you watch it let go and become soft and relaxed.
If you lost your job recently, then listen up. I just had a friend tell me about a way to get the government to pay your rent or mortgage, phone bill, or even your grocery bill every single month. He sent me this link to a website called Disability Path that asks you a handful of easy yes or no questions. After you answer, you'll see if you qualify to get a free government check for up to $3,822 every single month. I've been telling everyone about this. What would you do with $3,822 every single month? But hurry, don't wait on this. The longer you wait, the higher the chance you could miss out on getting the benefits you deserve. Click on the link below to see if you qualify. It takes less than a minute, and you'll be glad you did.
Above all, make no judgments about what you observe. Merely notice. Don't criticize or reject any of these sensations. They may be comfortable or uncomfortable, pleasurable or otherwise, but they are your own. Try to become keenly aware of all the sensations without trying to ignore them or to change them. Be aware of everything that is going on inside. This is the process, eventually leading to self-realization, the integration of the whole man. Sensations in different parts of the body will come and go. Watch them. Verbalize and study what you do feel. Let your mind roam freely without becoming fixated on any one part of your body. Make no judgments about what you observe. Make no effort to separate your mind, your awareness, from these bodily sensations. There may be a great temptation to think of something else to distract your mind from discomfort. Don't succumb to this. Just watch and observe. Concentrate only on what we are doing, watching and observing our body sensations. Don't criticize or reject any of the different sensations, comfortable or uncomfortable, pleasurable or otherwise. They are your own. Accept them just as they are. You do nothing else but but merely observe the rise and fall of sensation without attempting to modify whatever may occur. This practice heightens the function that is called self-recollection, mindfulness, and self-awareness. Experience what is going on inside your body. Become aware of what is happening. Observe the rise and fall of bodily and muscular sensations. Don't attempt to modify whatever sensory phenomena may occur.
Why are women everywhere choosing ABX, the new tummy tuck alternative?
I got the tummy tuck results without the tummy tuck downtime.
Get a flat, tight tummy fast with Sonobello's new ABX. One visit fat and loose excess skin removal.
IPX is an innovative procedure that allows us to maximize how much fat we can take out and also remove the excess skin. The great thing about it is recovers minimal and you're back to yourself in a short time.
I got a flat, tight tummy fast thanks to ABX.
I went to Sonobello and I did the ABX and oh my gosh, I'm able to get back in my size 8 jeans. I feel sexy, I feel confident, and most of all, I feel like the old me before I had my babies.
I had Sonobello ABX over 3 months ago. I just can't believe it. Like, it's so bomb.
I went to Sonobello almost 5 months ago. Before my procedure, I wore a size 11, and now I am a size 7. It feels good to feel good and look good.
I wish I would have done it way sooner.
The mommy belly is gone.
Schedule your free, no obligation consultation now to learn more about ABX by Sonobello. It's your life. Live it beautifully.
Verbalize. Express clearly what comes before your attention, your awareness, what you feel. Realize that you are becoming aware of your body. You are really trying to become aware of what it feels like. Let your mind move around. Don't try to restrain it or to fix it on any one area or to any one sensation. Let your mind float around inside from head to toes. Take the time to really get the feel of your body. Become aware all the time, not just when it hurts or when there is a pain or an ache. Feel and experience the difference in the different parts of your body. Sense what is going on within your body. With one broad mental sweep, become aware of the body as a whole. From the crown of the head to the tips of the toes. See what the body feels like. Whether it is beginning to tingle or whether it has just faded out, leaving you as a kind of free-floating entity, a free floating self. Now stretch and twist and enjoy the feeling of your body on the surface. Try and feel what it's like. Wiggle your body around. What sensations do you derive from this? They can be extraordinarily pleasant and pleasurable, and should be. Feel what your body is like as you move it, and as you finally let it at rest. Give thanks for whatever guidance you have received or progress made. Blessed be thou, Lord of the universe, for thy glory flows out to the ends of the universe, rejoicing.
Cover your place in rugs.
The first key is, I reign over you, saith the God of justice, in power exalted above the firmament of wrath, in whose hands the sun is as a sword, and the moon as a two-thrusting fire, who measurest your garments in the midst of my vestures, and trussed you together as the palms of my hands, whose seats I garnished with the fire of gathering, who beautified your garments with admiration, to whom I made a law to govern the holy ones, who delivered you a rod with the ark of knowledge. Moreover, you lifted up your voices and swear obedience and faith to him that liveth and triumpheth, whose beginning is not, nor end cannot be, which shineth as a flame in the midst of your palaces, and reigneth amongst you as the balance of righteousness and truth. Move, therefore, and show yourselves. Open the mysteries of your creation. Be friendly unto me. For I am the servant of the same your God, the true worshipper of the highest. Ekar Zoda Kara Iad Goho, Tor Zodu Odo Kite Kar, Zoda Kare Oda Zoda Moranu, Zodorji Lape Zodorido, Olnoko Mada, Dacia Dapio, Ilas, Oatahi, Ia Ida. That was the first key. The second key or call is rather shorter and reads thus. Let me interpose this comment about the calls. They're couched in biblical language. Dr. Aldi was a Christian in the Elizabethan era and was a student of the Bible. So when these calls were received, they had this very biblical flavor. They may not mean very much, but they sound very impressive and therefore have some emotional value as a stimulus to awakening the magical power in invocation. This is the second key. Now, in the Enochian tongue, it goes something like this, and I'll go a little bit slowly so that you can get the feeling of it rather than anything else. O-El Sonuf Veo Saji Goho Iada Balta Ilonshu Kal Zod Vera Zodola Rore Ita Nunzod Payas Odaji Ra'a Tamal Piriji Da'is Hoel Ko Ka'a Notha Zodi Mazod Odo Ko Man Maha Ta Non Blohe Zodi Enu Soba Tahila Ginonu Pe Pirji Aldi Da'is Urbas Obole Lira Same Kasame Ohorela Tar Bapia Da'izod Nurenu Saji Kaba Erme Idana Tilahe Fazod Mi Zodnu Rezod Adna Gono Iada Piel Da'is Home Oda Tohe Sobe Ipar Melu Ipamis Da'is Loholo Be Pezodo Meda Ho Armeo Oda Boji Fe Ani Tea Piape Piamo El Oda Veonu Zodakare Eka Oda Zoda Moranu Odo Kite Kaan Zodorji Lape Zodorido Noko Mada Oatahe Ida. This same key in the Enochian runs thus. Ardgite Upahe Zodoniji Oma Pa Ite Salda V Ael Sobame Ialpirji Izoda Zoda Zod Piad Pehe Kasama Abranji Taro Paracleda Koto Lor Es Elko Torbeus OOEJ Baltoha Jivi Kahisa Lusta Ore Oda Mikalpa Kahisa Via Ozodo Nu Gonu Lape No Anu Toef Korse Taji Oko Mani No Ian Dinu Torzodu Gohe Ael Zodakare Eka Zoda Moranu No Krok Da'a Zoda Moranu Mikael Zodo Oda Ozod Azod May Orelpe Lape Zodi Ray Io Ida. Can the wings of the winds understand your voices of wonder, O ye the second of the first, whom the burning flames have framed within the depths of my jaws, whom I have prepared as cuts for a wedding, or as the flowers in their beauty for the chamber of the right. Stronger are your feet than the barren stone, and mightier are your voices than the manifold winds. For ye are become a building, such as is not, save in the mind of the all-powerful. Arise, said the first. Move therefore unto thy servants. Show yourselves in power, and make me a strong seer of things. For I am of him that liveth forever.
Want to earn cryptocurrency? Try Coinbase. Coinbase simplifies buying, selling, earning, and learning about crypto with a user-friendly design that encourages you to learn about crypto by offering rewards for watching short and informative videos. Over $100 million have already been earned by customers to date. Want to get started? Check out Coinbase to learn what else you can do with crypto. Sign up today.
ED has affected my confidence. My wife, Sherry, says it doesn't matter, but it matters to me. I found Hims. The app is easy. It's on my phone. I can order anytime I want. Hims has been the difference in my confidence.
It was better for both of us.
Get treatment for ED with doctor-trusted medication. Get started today at hims.com.
The third key, in English. Behold, saith your God, I am a circle on whose hands stand 12 kingdoms. 6 are the feet of living breath, the rest are as sharp sickles of the horns of death, wherein the creatures of earth are and are not, except mine own hands, which also sleep and shall rise. In the first I made you stewards, and placed you in the seats 12 of government, giving unto every one of you power successively over 4, 5, and 6, the 2 ages of time, to the intent that from the highest vessels and the corners of your governments ye might work my power, pouring down the fires of life and increase continually upon the earth. Thus ye are become the skirts of justice and truth. In the name of the same your God, lift up, I say, yourselves. Behold, his mercies flourish, and his name is become mighty amongst us, in whom we say, move, descend, and apply yourselves unto us, as unto the partakers of the secret wisdom of your creation. In Enochian, Mikmah, Gohomada, Zodire, Kom Selah, Zodienu, Diahe, Oes Londoho, Norod Kahisa, Othila Gigi Pehe, Umdala Kahisa, Tar Puem, Quo Mos Play, Tar Lokhe, Prienu, Totorji, Kahis, E Kahisji, Inu, Ozodienu, Deas Te Brejida, Oda Torzodula, Ile E Ola Balzod Aji, Oda Ala, Tehilnu, Os Natar Abe, Daluga, Vansaji Lansa, Kapi Mala, Borsa Ka El A, Omir Koko Kazbe, Orfenu Izodi Zodo Pei, Oda Mi Ino Aji, De Jinata Aba Bahu Nu, Na Eo, Panpia, Malpirji, Piida Koaska, No Anu O Nula Balta Oda Veoa Nu, Du O Iape Mada, Gohus Ami Ranu, Mikma, the who Sazod, Kaka Koma, Oda Do O A Inu, Noah Milka Olzod, A Oma, Kasanji Gohia, Zodakare Onigaji, Oda Imavame Puja, Plaji, Anana El Ka Anu. In Enochian, this invocation goes thus. I'll do that slowly again so you can get the feel of it in the Enochian original. O Thila, Lusti Babaji, Oda Dorpeha, Gohola, Jikahichi, Arvovo Go, Korempe, Hedad Esonuf, Vivi Eva, Kasami O Ali, MRPM, Sobama, Aji Korempo, Ka'ape'el. Kas, Damji, Ko Oda Zodi, Kahisa, Oda Vajiji, Da Este, Kapimali, Kahisa Kapima Anu. Oda Lanchinu Kahisa, Tea, Elo, O, Keila. Torzodu nor Kwasai, Oda F, Ka Oscar, Bagle Zodire Mada, Da S I Onda Apila, Dua Ipe Ka Ala, Zodakara Oda Zodaji, Rachela Mola A. The fourth key or the fourth call, this is in English. I have set my feet in the south and have looked about me saying, are not the thunders of increase numbered 33, which reign in the second angle, under whom I have placed 9639, whom none hath yet numbered but one, in whom the second beginning of things are and wax strong, which also successively are the numbers of time, and their powers are as the first. Arise, ye sons of pleasure, and visit the earth. For I am the Lord your God, which is and liveth forever. In the name of the Creator, move and show yourselves as pleasant deliverers, that you may praise him amongst the sons of men. The fifth key in Enochia. Dapahe Zodimii Du Eve, Oda no As, Te Arcanis, Ardroke, Dorpehar Ka Oscar, Oda Ion, Te Es Piwitso, Te Ablior, Kasame Ami Zodina Zoda, RF, Oda Daluga, Zodi Zodope, Zodlida Ka Oschi, Totorji, Oda Zod Kahitsa, ACRSK, Aolata Vu Oda, Ia Oda, Tehila Da Eshuba, KAORA. Toba, Kor Emsar Kahisa, Tea Ila Vales, Oda Ko Kaz Bay, Adka Ni Isa Oda Da Bayas, Ka Asa F, Apa Zodi, Oda Bliora, ERERA, Adnas Kitle Sa, Bagle, Ida, EEL. The fifth key in English. The mighty sounds have entered in the third angle and are become as olives in the olive mount, looking with gladness upon the earth and dwelling in the brightness of the heavens as continual comforters, under whom I fastened 19 pillars of gladness and gave them vessels to water the earth with all her creatures. And they are the brothers of the first and the second, and the beginning of their own seats, which are garnished with 6, 9, 6, 3, 6 continual burning lamps, whose numbers are as the first, the ends, and the contents of time. Therefore come ye, and obey your creation. Visit us in peace and comfort. Conclude us receivers of your mistress. For why? Our Lord and Master is the All-One. The sixth key in Enochian. Gahe es diu kahisa a.m. Mikar zodo pil zodinu. Tobame el haji mir baba lonu oda oblokar samave lanji. Daluga mala pilji are ka osji. Oda Arka RM Karnal Zobola Zodare F Liada Ka Osji Oda Kahise Neta Abe Oda Mia Metea Viva Oda Da. Dasa Sol Pet Hey the Enu Rita Oda Zoda Kame Jimika El Zoda Sobala Ate Trianu Lu Ea E Oda E Krinu Mada Ka Onu. The sixth key in English. The spirits of the fourth angle are nine, mighty in the firmament of waters, whom the first hath planted a torment to the wicked, and a garland to the righteous, giving unto them fiery darts to van of the earth, and 7699 continual workmen, whose courses visit with comfort the earth, and are in government and continuance as the second and the third. Wherefore hearken unto my voice. I have talked of you, and I move you in power and presence, whose works shall be a song of honor and praise of your God in your creation. The seventh key in Enochian. Ra'as Isal Manu Pa Adizoda. O-K Karimi R-O-O I Al-Tirga. Qui I Inu A-I Budmona. Oda I Noasa Ni Pa Dia Ulan Ka Siemji Vejia Ka Hilanu. Oda Zodan Naha Lu Kifti Anu Korse Tear Va Ula Zodi Renu Tohami. So Bola Lon Du Ha Oda Miyame Kahisa Tear Da Oda I.S. Umdea Uda Tibliare Osila Rita Oda Liame. Kano Kala Rita Zodakare Nika Oldod Oha Eom Bagle. Hapnor Idalu Gam Lanchi Oda Umpli Farm Ugeji Bigle I Ada. The seventh key in English. The east is a house of virgins, singing praises amongst the flames of first glory, wherein the Lord hath opened his mouth, and they are become 28 living dwellings, in whom the strength of man rejoiceth, and they are apparelled with ornaments of brightness, that work wonders on all creatures, whose kingdoms and continuance are as the third and the fourth, strong towers and places of comfort, the seat of mercy and continuance. O ye servants of mercy, move, appear, sing praises unto the Creator, and be mighty amongst us. For to this remembrance is given power, and our strength waxes strong in our Comforter. The eighth key in Enochian. Barodem Elo. Etar Puit Sonu Onu Nozod Ava Bahe. Ox Kasamji Oranu Kahisa Ya Gigi Daes Abramji Baltoha Goho Yada. Soba the Anu Trianu Tea Lorkis Abi Evo Vinu Oda Azodi Arji Ar Riole Igila Kahisa De Da Espa Ox Wusta Kaosko da es kahisa, oda I puranu, te loke, ka kaji oi salmanu, long kaho, oda, vovina ka bafe. Ni so, bagle, avavago kohonu, ni ise, bagle muma, o si onu, oda, mab zodia, I ada, o I asa, mo mare, po, I lepe, ni isa, zodamaranu, kia ofi, ka asko, oda bliosa, oda corsi, te on Ranmiji. The eighth key in English. The midday, the first, is as the third heaven made of hyacinthine pillars 26, in whom the elders are become strong, which I have prepared for my own righteousness, saith the Lord, whose long continuance shall be as buckles to the stooping dragon, and like unto the harvest of a widow. How many are there which remain in the glory of the earth, which are, and shall not see death until this house fall, and the dragons sink? Come away, for the thunders have spoken. Come away, for the crown of the temple, and the robe of him that is, was, and shall be crowned, are divided. Come, appear unto the terror of the earth, and unto our comfort, and of such as are prepared. The ninth key in Enochian. Mika olzod wansadi pigila na peta, I alpere da es brinu pe, a fafafe von peho, olani oda obzoda, sobola upaa kahisa, tartanu oda tra nanu, balie, alare lusta sobonu, oda kahisa, oku ka no kodi kahi ala. Una, aldonu moma ko asjo, te alasa ore gineo limelala. Ama kahisa sobeka, madrida zod kahisa, anu kahisa, avini drilape, ka ojinu, oda butmoni, pame zod umvi, karnila. Dazod isa, Adhem zoda, kahil da'o, oda mirka ozod ola, kahisa, tudi ai kolala. Varki ninu, so bame okime, bagle, I ada bortaha kahilanu, pare, ni iso, oda ipe, e fafafe bagle, arko kaspe, I corse, tea, unige, li ora. The ninth key in English. A mighty god of fire with two-edged swords flaming, which have 8 vials of wrath, or 2 times and a half, whose wings are of wormwood, and of the marrow of salt, have set their feet in the west, and are measured with their 996 ministers. These gather up the moss of the earth, as the rich man doth his treasures. Cursed are they, whose iniquities they are. In their eyes are millstones greater than the earth, and from their mouths run seas of blood. Their heads are covered with diamonds, and upon their hands are marble sleeves. Happy is he on whom they frown not. For why? The God of righteousness rejoiceth in them. Come away, and not your vials, for the time is such as requireth comfort. The 10th key in Enochian. Goraksa, Kahisa Korempe, Oda Blanus Lukala, Azodi Azod Oram, Pa Eba Sobola, Ilo Nonu, Kahisa Ope Vilquo, E Ofanu, Oda Raklira, Maasi Bagle Kaasji, Da es Iala Ponu, Dosiji Oda Basjimi. Oda OXX da Zodi Sa, the Artrisa Oda Solbrax, the Inu Sira Babo Anu. Unala La Kahisa Konusa, Da es Da Ox Ko Kazji, OLOR Neo, Yorbe Vohima, the Zodiacs. Ode Orsa Kohasji, Helosi Morvi, Da es Peje La Raji OM Da Ronu, Martorbe Kokasji Emna. El Patra Laksa, Yorki Matway. Nomiji Mononus, Olora, Jinai, Angiladam. Ohio, 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 Ohio. No Ebo, Ohio. Ka Asgolu, Bagle Madrida, E. Zodira, Oda Kahiso, Daripa. Niiso, Ka Ape, Ipa, Nidali. The 10th key in English. The thunders of judgment and wrath are numbered, and are harbored in the north in the likeness of an oak, whose branches are 22 nests of lamentation and weeping, laid up for the earth, which burn night and day, and vomit out the heads of scorpions and live sulphur mingled with poison. These be the thunders that 5, 6, 7, 8 times, in the 24th part of a moment, roar within 100 mighty earthquakes, and 1,000 times the many surges, which rest not, neither know any echoing time. Herein, one rock bringeth forth 1,000, even as the heart of man doth his thoughts. Woe, 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 woe. Yea, woe be to the earth, for her iniquity is, was, and shall be great. Come away, but not your mighty sounds. The 11th key in Enochian. Oxi Ayala, Aldo Oda Zod, Dir Oma, O Koraxo, Da Zodi, Da Raashi Oda, Yabzodia Kam Liax, Oda Bahal, Niiso, Salmanu Teloka, Kasa, Manu, Orelko Oda, De, Ite, Zod, Sobar, Korenta, Igia, Niso, Bagle Abramji, Nonu Kape, Zodakara, Eka Oda Zoda Maranu, Odo Kikle Kaa, Zodorji Lape Zodorido, Noko Mada, Oatahi, Ida. key in English. The mighty sea groaned aloud, and there were 5 thunders which flew into the east. And the eagle spake and cried with a loud voice, Come away! And they gathered themselves together and became the house of death, of whom it is measured, and it is 31. Come away, for I have prepared for you a place. Move, therefore, and show yourselves. Open the mysteries of your creation. Be friendly unto me, for I am a servant of the same your God, the true worshipper of the highest. This is from the Book of Wisdom or Folly. My son, there are afflictions many, and woes many, that come of the errors of men in respect of the will. But there is none greater than this, the interference of the busybody. For they make pretense to know a man's thought better than he doth himself, and to direct his will with more wisdom than he, and to make plans for his happiness. And of all these, the worst is he that sacrificeth himself for the weal of his fellows. He that is so foolish as not to follow his own will, how shall he be so wise as to pursue that of another? If mine horse balk at a fence, should some varlet come behind him and strike at his hoofs? Nay, son, pursue thy path in peace, that thy brother beholding thee may take courage from thy bearing, and comfort from his confidence, that thou wilt not hinder him by thy superfluity of compassion. Let me not begin to tell thee of the mischiefs that I have seen, whose root was in kindness, whose flower was in self-sacrifice, and whose fruit in catastrophe. Verily, I think there should be no end thereof. Strike, rob, slay thy neighbor, but comfort him not, unless he ask it of thee. And if he ask it, be wary. This is an excerpt from the Book of Lies written about 1910 or 11 by Aleister Crowley. It is called Venus of Milo. Life is as ugly and necessary as the female body. Death is as beautiful and necessary as the male body. The soul is beyond male and female, as it is beyond life and death. Even as the lingam and the yoni are but diverse developments of one organ, so also are life and death but 2 phases of one state. So also the absolute and the conditioned are but forms of that. What do I love? There is no form, no being, to which I do not give myself wholly up. Take me who will. This is a poem that Crowley wrote, published in the Equinox about 1910 or 11. It is called Long Odds. How many million galaxies there are, who knows? And each has countless stars in it, and each rolls to eternities afar beneath the threshold of the infinite. How is it that with all that space to roam, I should have found this mote that spins and leaps in what unutterable sunlight, foam of what unfathomable starry deeps? Who knows? and how this 1,000,000,000 souls and 500,000,000,000 souls of earth that swarm, all bound for unimagined goals, all pioneers of death enrolled at birth, how were they swept away before my sight, that I might stand upon the single prick of infinite space and time as finite? Who knows? Yet here I stand, climacteric, having found you. Was it by fall of chance? Then what a stake against what odds I have won. Was it determined in God's ordinance? Then wondrous love and pity for his Son? Or was it part of an eternal law? Then how ineffably beneficent. Each thought excites an ecstasy of awe, a rapture rending the mind's firmament. Infinity, yet you and I have met. Eternity, yet hand in hand we run. All odds that I should lose you or forget, but soul and spirit and body, we are one. Is this the child of chance, or law, or will? Is none, or all, or one to thank for this? It will not matter if thanksgiving fill the endless empyrean with a kiss. In the 6th volume of the Equinox, Aleister Crowley wrote and published a prose poem called The Earth. This is a short excerpt from it. The child of miracle to the world, greeting. I reach my hands to the leaves and dabble in the dew. I sprinkle dew on you for kisses. I kneel down and hold the grass of the black earth to my bosom. I crush the earth to my lips as if it were a grape, and the wine of Demeter flushes my cheeks. They burn with joy of youth. Why should I greet the world? Because my heart is bursting with love for the world. Love, say I? Why not lust? Is not lust strength and merriment, and the famine that only the infinite can stay? And why do I call myself the child of miracle? Because I have entered a second time into my mother's womb and am born. Because to the knowledge of manhood has come the passion, even the folly of adolescence, with all its pride and purity. It is for this that you see me lying upon the thick wet grass, unquenchable, or rejoicing in the fat black loam. Now the manner of the miracle was this. In the beginning is given to a youth the vision of his mate. This one must he henceforth seek blindly. And many are the enchantments and disenchantments. Through this his vision fades. Even his hunger dies away, unless he be indeed elect. But in the end, it may be that God shall send him the other half of that token of paradise. Then, if he hath kept the holy fire alight, perhaps with much false fuel, that fire shall instant blaze, and fill the temple of his soul. By its insistent energy, it shall destroy even the memory of all those marshlights that came to greet it, and the priest shall bow down in glory and grasp the altar with his hands and strike it with his forehead 7 times. Now this altar is the earthen altar of Demeter.
I have dealt with mental and emotional struggles for a very long time. I was also dealing with the fear of embracing
Jean, I laid mine ear against your heart, Jean, A masterpiece of nature turned a masterpiece of art. With your blanched Egyptian beauty foiled by the hungry eyes, and the red mouth soiled by the honey of mine, that your green has spoiled, Jean. The body a corpse, and the soul inurned. Against your heart I laid mine ear, Jean, and the clock went ticking, ticking. How could I choose but hear, Jean? Ah me, what thoughts came pricking like spurs in the flanks of a weary horse? Nor heart nor clock could feel remorse, but kept their definite deadly course, Jean. Alas for man, for his life's disaster. The clock beats fast, but a heart beats faster. Oh, your love was a marvelous thing, Jean. It was dawn, it was fire, it was birth, it was spring, Jean. But this is the curse, that it quickens its rate, lest man, by love, should escape from fate, and win from the dust of the uncreate, Jean. Nay, we are lovers, you and I, and we must die, and our love must die. We love, we shall die, sweetheart. Take cheer, Jean. We are bound to a fate that brings release. We move in a moil that must one day cease. We shall win to the everlasting peace, Jean. And how things are, and why, and whence, are puzzles for fools that lack the sense of cows. Enough of the future tense, Jean. For the end of love and the end of art is just my ear against your heart. The middle pillar. Take a seated position. While you are in this relaxed position and breathing rhythmically, we will do the middle pillar exercise. Sit upright in your chair, both feet on the floor, alert, but fully relaxed. Join with me in this invocation. O Lord of the universe, the vast and the mighty one, ruler of the light and the darkness, we adore thee and we invoke thee. Look thou with favor upon me, who now standeth before thee, and grant thine aid unto the highest aspirations of my soul, that I may be enabled to accomplish the great work, to the glory of thine ineffable name. Amen. Imagine that there is a brilliant white light just above and touching the crown of your head. This bright sphere of light has the diameter of a small dinner plate or a salad plate. Visualize it in brilliant, scintillating, pure white light. See it. Imagine it. Picture this whirling sphere of light and vividly sense it as vibrating, revolving, radiating. As you would imagine this ball of light periodically vibrate or intone the Hebrew word Ehyeh within the sphere of light. Ehyeh. The vibration of this divine name will be found a great help to your concentration. Direct the vibrations of the name into this sphere of brilliant white light. Ehyeh. Ehyeh. Your mind may wander. If it does, gently lead it back to the contemplation of this center. Then vibrate the name again and again. Ehyeh. 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 Now imagine that from this brilliant white sphere, a radiant shaft of light is emitted, which descends through the skull and brain, stopping at the throat. Here, a second sphere of light is formed. Again, this sphere is about the size of a small dinner plate or salad plate, and includes the throat and the lowest portion of the face. The larynx is the center of this radiating sphere. The divine name is Yehovah Elohim. Yehovah Elohim. If your mind wanders, bring it back gently to the visualization of the center and vibrate the divine name again. Yehovah Elohim. Mentally direct the vibration of the name to the center itself, so that it feels as if the name vibrates within the sphere of scintillating white light. Yehovah Elohim. Yehovah Elohim. focusing and vibrating the God name helps keep your mind concentrated. Yehovah Elohim, Yehovah Elohim. Now see and feel the brilliant white shaft of light extend from the throat and go downward through the chest to form another sphere of brilliant white light resting on your diaphragm. Maintain the sharpest visualization. Sense it. Feel it. The actual result is unmistakable when you acquire it. It is a real physical sensation. Vibrate the name. Yehovah Elohim. Yehovah Elohim. Yehovah Elohim. Again, visualize this sphere of light, encompassing the whole chest, resting on the solar plexus. If your mind should wander from the sphere of light, coax it gently back by vibrating the powerful divine name. Yehovah Elohim. Yehovah Elohim. Yehovah Elohim. The radiant shaft descends through the abdomen to the pelvic area, where another white ball of brilliant white light is to be visualized. The name to be vibrated in this center is Shaddai El Chai. Shaddai El Chai. Shaddai El frequently to facilitate concentration. Shaddai Elohim. Shaddai Elohim. Shaddai Elohim. Visualize the shaft descending from the pelvic sphere to the ankles and feet, where you are once again grounded to the earth. Here, it forms another sphere of pure, scintillating white light. Formulate and visualize this brilliant, dazzling sphere of light. Vibrate the divine name Adonai Haaretz. Adonai Haaretz. Adonai Haaretz. Adonai Haaretz. This center is gradually awakened by fixed and steady concentration and by repeated vibrations of the divine name. Adonai Haaretz. Adonai Haaretz. Adonai Haaretz. Pause for a moment. See and sense the shaft of silvery light scattered with these 5 incomparably brilliant centers of light, stretching from the crown of the head to the soles of the feet. This is the middle pillar. Move your imagination back to the crown of the head, to the white sphere of light corresponding to Kether on the tree of life. Now will and imagine that as you exhale, the light energy begins to stream down the left side of the body to the feet. And as you inhale, imagine this band of energy ascending the right side of the body, coming back to Kappa. Visualize the psycho-spiritual energy as a band of light radiation extending out some distance from the body. It moves down the left side as you exhale, up the right as you inhale. Let this psychic circulation flow evenly to the rhythm of the breath. This is the advantage of having learned rhythmic breathing before. Inhale, up the right side. Exhale, down the left, in rhythm with the breathing. Inhale, up the right side. Exhale, the energy flows down the left side. Inhale, the energy flows up the right. Exhale, the energy flows down the left. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. Visualize the energy flow now changing direction. As you exhale now, the energy moves down the front of the body, turning under the soles of the feet and ascending up the back as you inhale. As you exhale, the energy flows down in the front. Inhale, the energy flows up the back. Exhale, it flows down. Inhale, it flows up. Exhale, down the front. Inhale, up the back. Exhale, inhale. Exhale, inhale. These circulations of light about the body develop an ovoid-shaped aura of swiftly circulating, radiant, psycho-spiritual energy which surrounds the whole body. Return your attention now to the earth center in the feet and imagine the action of a fountain. Just as water is forcibly drawn up through a pipe until it jets out above, falling in a spray on all sides, so it is with this energy power. As you breathe in, the energy is sucked into your earth center from the ovoid aura, pulled upwards by the magnetic attraction of the spirit center above the head. Then vigorously it surges overhead with a marvelous fountain-like display with the exhalation. Imagine the psycho-spiritual energy falling all about you within the confines of this ovoid aura. Inhale, and the energy ascends the middle pillar into the Keta. Exhale, the fountain of energy surges forth to shower your body and spirit. Inhale, up the middle pillar. Exhale, the surging energy sprays all about you. Inhale, and the energy ascends the middle pillar. Exhale, the energy surges forth exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Meditate on and within the enclosing, vibrating light of the spirit.
If you lost your job recently, then listen up. I just had a friend tell me about a way to get the...
This is from the Book of Wisdom or Folly. My son, there are afflictions many and woes many that come of the errors of men in respect of the will. But there is none greater than this, the interference of the busybody. For they make pretense to know a man's thought better than he doth himself, and to direct his will with more wisdom than he, and to make plans for his happiness. And of all these, the worst is he that sacrificeth himself for the weal of his fellows. He that is so foolish as not to follow his own will, how shall he be so wise as to pursue that of another? If mine horse balk at a fence, should some varlet come behind him and strike at his hoofs? Nay, son, pursue thy path in peace, that thy brother beholding thee may take courage from thy bearing and comfort from his confidence, that thou wilt not hinder him by thy superfluity of compassion. Let me not begin to tell thee of the mischiefs that I have seen, whose root was in kindness, whose flower was in self-sacrifice, and whose fruit in catastrophe. Verily, I think there should be no end thereof. Strike, rob, slay thy neighbor, but comfort him not, unless he ask it of thee. And if he ask it, be wary. This is an excerpt from the Book of Lies written about 1910 or 11 by Aleister Crowley. It is called Venus of Milo. Life is as ugly and necessary as the female body. Death is as beautiful and necessary as the male body. The soul is beyond male and female, as it is beyond life and death. Even as the lingam and the yoni are but diverse developments of one organ, so also are life and death but two phases of one state. So also the absolute and the conditioned are but forms of that. What do I love? There is no form, no being, to which I do not give myself wholly up. Take me, who will. This is a poem that Crowley wrote, published in the Equinox about 1910 or 11. It is called Long Odds. How many million galaxies there are, who knows? And each has countless stars in it, and each rolls through eternities afar beneath the threshold of the infinite. How is it that with all that space to roam, I should have found this mote that spins and leaps in what unutterable sunlight, foam of what unfathomable starry deeps? Who knows? And how this 1,000,000,000 souls and 500,000,000,000 souls of earth that swarm unimagined goals, all pioneers of death enrolled at birth, how were they swept away before my sight, that I might stand upon the single prick of infinite space and time as finite? Who knows? Yet here I stand, climacteric, having found you. Was it by fall of chance? Then what a stake against what odds I have won. Was it determined in God's ordinance? Then wondrous love and pity for his Son? Or was it part of an eternal law? Then how ineffably beneficent. Each thought excites an ecstasy of awe, a rapture rending the mind's firmament. Infinity, yet you and I have met. Eternity, yet hand in hand we run. All odds that I should lose you or forget, but soul and spirit and body, we are one. Is this the child of chance, or law, or will? Is none, or all, or one to thank for this? It will not matter if thanksgiving fill the endless empyrean with a kiss. In the 6th volume of the Equinox, Aleister Crowley wrote and published a prose poem called The Earth. This is a short excerpt from it. The child of miracle to the world, greeting. I reach my hands to the leaves and dabble in the dew. I sprinkle dew on you for kisses. I kneel down and hold the grass of the black earth to my bosom. I crush the earth to my lips as if it were a grape, and the wine of Demeter flushes my cheeks. They burn with joy of youth. Why should I greet the world? Because my heart is bursting with love for the world. Love, say I? Why not lust? Is not lust strength and merriment, and the famine that only the infinite can stay? And why do I call myself the child of miracle? Because I have entered a second time into my mother's womb and am born. Because to the knowledge of manhood has come the passion, even the folly of adolescence, with all its pride and purity. It is for this that you see me lying upon the thick wet grass, unquenchable, or rejoicing in the fat black loam. Now the manner of the miracle was this. In the beginning is given to a youth the vision of his mate. This one must he henceforth seek blindly. And many are the enchantments and disenchantments. Through this his vision fades. Even his hunger dies away, unless he be indeed elect. But in the end, it may be that God shall send him the other half of that token of paradise. Then, if he have kept the holy fire alight, perhaps with much false fuel, that fire shall instant blaze and fill the temple of his soul. By its insistent energy, it shall destroy even the memory of all those marshlights that came to greet it. And the priest shall bow down in glory and grasp the altar with his hands and strike it with his forehead 7 times. Now this altar is the earthen altar of Demeter.
There's something you should know. They are keeping this away from you. If you're an American and you're at least 40 years old.
This is from the Book of Wisdom or Folly. My son, there are afflictions many and woes many that come of the errors of men in respect of the will. But there is none greater than this, the interference of the busybody. For they make pretense to know a man's thought better than he doth himself, and to direct his will with more wisdom than he, and to make plans for his happiness. And of all these, the worst is he that sacrificeth himself for the weal of his fellows. He that is so foolish as not to follow his own will, how shall he be so wise as to pursue that of another? If mine horse balk at a fence, should some varlet come behind him and strike at his hoofs? Nay, son, pursue thy path in peace, that thy brother beholding thee may take courage from thy bearing and comfort from his confidence, that thou wilt not hinder him by thy superfluity of compassion. Let me not begin to tell thee of the mischiefs that I have seen, whose root was in kindness, whose flower was in self-sacrifice, and whose fruit in catastrophe. Verily, I think there should be no end thereof. Strike, rob, slay thy neighbor, but comfort him not, unless he ask it of thee. And if he ask it, be wary. This is an excerpt from The Book of Lies, written about 1910 or 11 by Aleister Crowley. It is called Venus of Milo. Life is as ugly and necessary as the female body. Death is as beautiful and necessary as the male body. The soul is beyond male and female, as it is beyond life and death. Even as the lingam and the yoni are but diverse developments of one organ, so also are life and death but two phases of one state. So also the absolute and the conditioned are but forms of that. What do I love? There is no form, no being, to which I do not give myself wholly up. Take me, who will. This is a poem that Crowley wrote, published in the Equinox, about 1910.
Hello, Moto.
Oh. Just got back from the gym and did a little shoveling, a little salting. Went grocery shopping, just had some lunch, and I'm just listening to an audiobook right now. What are you doing? Well, in terms of our relationship, yeah, I mean, this is relationships. I mean, if you feel that in your gut, I mean, then that's what you feel. But relationships are like flowers and bees. I mean, sometimes they bloom, sometimes they're being grown. I mean, you just have to determine whether or not. I mean, I would like to continue seeing you. So I'm not trying to like project so far into the future where it's like you can't even enjoy the present moment. So you know.
I don't think like we're feeding energy into this really, and I'm sure you're feeling drained too, right? Like I'm talking about both of us. Like I just don't want to feel like this. It just feels too much draining.
Yeah.
And I have been in other relationships and all of that. And so I know like I have never felt this tired and like draining and like next day I'm like I just want to go home and sleep. Like at work all I'm thinking about is going home and rest, you know. And I'm a workaholic person, like whatever. So that's what I was thinking. And then the other thing was, it was kind of a little weird yesterday when I asked you to go to your place, and you're like, "Oh, we're just going to your place." And I'm like, "Yeah, I mean, I don't mind you coming to my place, which you already know, right? But like, I wanted to see your place. I wanted to gauge, like you have seen my place, right? It has to be both ways."
Yeah, I mean, I got no problem showing you my place. I mean, I thought we discussed it. But, I mean, I don't need to, like, defend myself. I mean, you know, you're responsible for your own health and the way you feel and your energy. I mean, I know you've had celebrations. I want to contribute to your energy, maintenance, and growth. I mean, I like to do yoga. I like to sit in the sun. I like to go to the gym. I mean, I'm taking care of myself. I mean, I like to have great sex. If you feel like that is what is draining, I would just encourage you to look at other factors in your life. I mean, you took a Plan B pill, you know, you're partying for New Year's Eve, there's been a lot of drinking going on. I mean, you know, I think you're a beautiful, wonderful person. I mean, I just want you to take care of yourself. And I think you are.
I don't know. You could be right. Like there's a lot going on at the same time, right? Like taking Plan B, like trying doing all of that. 100%. Like I get it. Like it could be a lot of things contributing to how I'm feeling and tired and all of that. Because my muscle stretch, I have not been doing my yoga in the morning.
Yeah.
So yeah, my whole routine is kind of out of the place and all of that. So I get it 100%. But like, I don't know. Like, I just feel like, why am I not feeling my 100%?
I don't know. I mean, that's something that you have to work on. I mean, you know, like I told you, I mean, we can make love on Friday, Saturday, and not do, you know, we went pretty hard pretty quick. I'm just saying, you know, regardless
That's
of,
right. That's right. We went like, yeah, it was, yeah.
yeah,
We literally dove in, like,
yeah, I mean, I don't know. I would just like, I told you even before we took that Plan B, I'm just like, wait a day. I mean, you know, if you don't want to see me again or you want to, you know, call it quits, I mean, I would just say wait a day, wait till next Friday, Saturday, see how you feel. I mean, you know, I respect you either way. I mean, it's been a glorious 72-hour, you know, romance, but I mean, I don't think it's so early in our relationship to make any assumptions that I think if you make an assumption, I mean, you know, I would just say I think you probably just need more time to yourself to take care of yourself. I mean, and I'm okay with that. That's life. I mean, but again, I'm not working right now. I'm on vacation, so it's like I have all the time and energy in the world to preserve my own well-being. I just don't think, you know, maybe you're not necessarily doing the same, but would say there's only the now. I mean, the weather is terrible. Like, we're both trapped in our houses for the next few months. If we see each other, I mean, it should be, stress free. So, I mean, I don't want to see you and like cause stress when, later on for yourself. I would just say, I don't know what to tell you. I don't have any red flags about you. I think you're just a beautiful, wonderful, intelligent, straight up person. So, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. If you want to continue dating and do your thing, you're gonna burn yourself out of all your dating. It's like, it's always a you problem. Because I'm not the source of I mean, I guess I'm the source of maybe one of the reasons why you feel terrible. I think it's probably because you took progesterone and Plan B. I mean, that's like, it could take you 30 days to clear that from your system. Like, you feel, can you imagine? Like, it's forcing your body to auto menstruate. Like, that's why I was like, don't take it. I was like, oh, I get it. I understand your logic. I'm just saying that, like, just try to explain maybe why you don't feel good. But if you don't want to see me again because you think I'm the source of you not feeling good, I would just say go look in the mirror and just know that, personal responsibility, taking care of yourself. I mean, I've been with people where it's like they're not taking care of themselves. I'm just like, there's no way I can marry you because, like, I don't want to be with somebody who's capable of taking care of themselves. I'm not saying that you. When we spend time together, like, we should be working on your health. We should be working on our health. Now, yeah, I mean, that's what we do. We've got all that space in place. Like, let's do some building. Let's do some reading.
not enough. Well, it's too simplified at the time. So you couldn't have back channel chats, you couldn't, show links and whatnot. And so they tried to keep it simple, but they maybe went too far with the needle on that. But I think it's fine in this current format. You can maintain discipline as once you set the rules straight and adhere to them with religion, religiously. But yes, it's just that it's a bit too free for all. And I guess people take from it what they will. I can't question what people get from it. But for my own intent here, and because I'm working on specific projects, and again, as I said, I started Periscope, doing the live streams. And it's when Periscope got bought by Twitter and X that I lost some of my following. But it was one of my followers who kept telling me about Clubhouse for an entire year. But then I was caught up with my mother's death, my father going into Alzheimer's, and I was away from the States, away from my son, all sorts of life disruption. So I really couldn't refocus to continue the momentum that I had gained. Because at one point I had, I think, 250,000 in a live stream singularly. And that was the height of it. And I got, all sorts of outreach, including marriage proposals and death threats and racist attacks, hacker attacks. You'd be surprised. When you rise to a level of prominence on any platform, there are agents and people out there waiting to come at you, to have influence to your followers through you. So one of the things I've actually needed to do is mask up, and I'm doing other things, and I'm realizing I have to take some steps to scrub my presence from the internet a little bit to protect myself, because some of the stuff I'm doing in Jamaica, I've been literally threatened by the Prime Minister of Jamaica with my life. Oh. Indirectly, yes, because of the Bob Marley beach thing. If you've heard about the beach fight in Jamaica, that's me. And again, that just fell into my hands by accident. But they are politicians who are getting money from these hotels, so that's why they're doing it. And anybody who gets in the way of that, it's nothing to the Israelites. As a Jamaican in Jamaica, and I'm making that clear, tourists are safe, so don't get it wrong.
But where do you live now?
I'm between Jamaica and New York, but I've kind of obscured my address and my movements.
Okay, that's okay. But you're not in Jamaica now?
Yeah, no, not in Jamaica. But I will be going back. Okay. I have to. My father's there, and such. But let's put it this way. It's beautiful for me because, what? I'm not afraid of death. Absolutely not. I've lived my life. There's nothing really much I'm looking forward to. Granted, my son, but he's grown now, and, it is what it is. But, I'm just that guy pulled to a higher calling. I'm not satisfied with the small stuff, right? I've had arguments with people. I've been in big organizations, and they're like, okay, we got to do something. And the best they can do is a raffle and raise money for something. I'm like, come on, you guys are doctors, lawyers. Come on, right? You can do better than that.